A Tale of Two Channels by Don C. In the world of YouTube, numbers don't lie. But big egos? Oh, they'll tell you bedtime stories. Meet Ricky Drama, 2,500 subscribers, a tight crew. His average video? 1,500 views. That's a 60% viewer to sub ratio, with 31 comments per video. Real engagement. Real conversations. Ricky lets people in. Even the ones who disagree. He doesn't run from criticism, he thrives on it. And he earns for it too, $44 a stream on average. Not bad for telling the truth and letting people speak. Now, meet Frank Battaglia. Frank's got 6,500 subs. Sounds impressive, right? But let's look closer. 200 views a video. That's 3% engagement. Comments? 0. Well, 1, from Frank himself. Frank's a one-man echo chamber. He blocks anyone who challenges him. No debate, no dialogue, no community. Just Frank, talking to Frank. YouTube recommends 8 to 10% of your subs should be commenting. Frank's channel? 0.015%. That's not a conversation, that's a coma. He thinks he's a natural. He talks like he's on the verge of 100,000 subs. But in reality, he's the only one watching the mirror. He vlogs with all the excitement of a DMV training video. He gives health advice, while chain smoking. He offers life lessons, but can't keep an audience awake for 3 minutes. And the money? Let's not even go there. 0. Nothing. Zilch. So Frank, if you're watching this, maybe it's time. Not every camera needs a face. Not every microphone needs a voice. Maybe the algorithm isn't broken. Maybe it's just being honest with you. Do yourself a favor. Log out. And let the real channels rise.
This is in a permanent lock position. Good morning. Oh, so much going on, so much going on. Ricky Drama burning the midnight wallet, burning the midnight wallet, burning the midnight wallet. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't know if it takes some YouTubers to have some companionship. There you go. Yeah. Buy yourself something there, honey. Buy yourself something. Buy yourself something, honey. Buy yourself something. Go ahead. Buy yourself something, honey. Here's more, baby. Let's make it look good on YouTube. Buy. Buy high, sell low. God, all this money that's going out the door with this guy just to have a companion. It's sad. I know. It's sad. So many strange things going on. I don't know what the hell. Steve, My Philippines, what is it? The information channel. There's questions about all these vloggers on here. They're a bunch of, we say in Italian, a bunch of stu-nods, meaning they're fucking stupid motherfuckers. Trying to live this life, the good life in the Philippines. The good life, but they have to spend to do that. They have to spend to do that, and it's very costly, very costly. How much is one night with the ladies? How much is a one night with the ladies? Do they get a special bargain or something? Hey, I'll tell you what, big boy, I deduct 500. I deduct 500, okay? But we got to go on the weekly basis. I charge you 500 less, but it's going to cost you 1,000 more. In another way, yeah. Oh, the sadness of it. The sadness of it. Oh, the sadness of it. Look, all money just being flown away on companionship. The thousands of pesos just blowing in the wind. Just blowing in the wind. The pesos are blowing in the wind. Oh, it's money from the sky. Money from the sky. Oh, that wasteful money. Just to have companionship to do a YouTube show. Oh, I got a woman. Yeah, the problem is, what is it costing you? What is it costing you to have? What's it costing you to have a woman? I don't know. Isn't it easier just to find some desperate Filipina that'll stay with you and, she'll settle for a bag of rice every now and then instead of spending all this money on an agency. All this money on an agency. That's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. It's pretty, look. All this money. This is what he spends in 1 week or less to have companionship. All this in less than a week. It pays more than this. This is nothing. It pays a lot more than that. Yeah, you got to get organized, Ricky. Let's organize these thousands here. Let's organize it. Don't forget, he is the kingpin. He's the kingpin of women on here. It's just too bad he can't find a woman that don't charge him. You can put these thousands to better use, I think. That's my opinion. I think you could put these thousands. To better use. I mean, I would think so. What a waste. But you try to make a statement. And that's what it is when you're trying to make a statement. And I think he does make a very good statement, actually. Look at what a fool I am. I can't get a woman on my own. I got to buy them. That's the sadness that goes on YouTube here. They didn't get to find a desperate 20-year-old who wants to get the oldest guy they can. And hopefully the guy croaks to get all his money. Well, I could at least say that I'm not going to hire somebody from a fucking agency. I could do better things with money. I could do much better things than to spend on an agency to have companionship. But to each his own. It's all for show, folks, all for show. Oh, and don't worry, Barry is not, he's not back in Alabama. And he's not going to be in Alabama for a long time. Because Barry's got to pay the piper. He's got to pay the piper. and I'm the piper. And for that to happen, Barry's going to have to pay 250,000 of these. Look, he's going to have to pay 250,000 of these notes that you're looking at right here. 250. Well, actually, it's 250 of these notes here. 250. Yeah. You just need 250 of these, Barry, and another 250,000 to pay the court, and maybe another 600,000 to pay immigration, and maybe another 60,000 to pay the balance you owe to your lawyer. And you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. But I don't know. Even if it is a prison, I mean, look at the bennies you get from there. You get to make new friends of your same caliber, and you get free rent, and you get some gourmet food. Yeah. It's in your whole part of a whole social club. You know, you can't beat that with a stick. Now, if you want to consider Barry's past on how, and the living situations that he's had in the past, this is some primo shit. No, actually, when you look back at it, Barry has never really had a really quality place to live. So when he went in Mandawi, that was the first step toward kind of finding better accommodations that came with all the benefits, And his situation, I mean, who could, let me get some water here, dear. Who could beat that? Free rent, free electricity. That's a step up. In fact, that's a huge step up for Barry Lee Jordan. It's tea time. You can't get better than that. Well, in his situation, he can't get better than that. He's leaving on a jet plane. He'll never, ever be back again. Well, Loser Central. Are these dogs allowed to come back in? Here they go. Sal. There you go. Now make another mess. We just cleaned up. And just dirty the place up again. Yeah, I know. Never sort of the purpose of him coming into the Philippines. Well, like a lot of people did. Fazio burned himself out in America, owing money to everyone, including the mortgage. His mortgage company. I don't know if you know it, but Fazio basically took out he refinanced a house in the Philippines. That's how he got the money to come out to the Philippines. He left them hanging dry. He left a lot of people hanging dry. Yeah, so did, these people got a lot of same qualities. And so did Barry J, because Barry, bench warrants, non-payment of child support, and he really outdid himself. He sure did. He got Brevis. Well, they were all after Brevis. Oh, shit. They were all after Brevis, big time. I mean, big time. He had to put a restraining order to protect not only himself, but his family. So you think, what the fuck did Brevis do? Well, I think it had to do with gang members in L.A. And they all move out here to the Philippines. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. They all got a background out here. They all have a background. Everybody has, I mean, I have a reason why I came out here. Everybody has a reason why they came to the Philippines. Not all of them had to do with the women, though. They were just being chased out of where they lived. But some really volatile things were happening in their life. And they read about the Philippines. Oh, it's a cheap place to live, and there's all these women, and da 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 da. Then they come here, and they know better off here than when they were where they came from. No, they weren't much better at all. And they were still getting into trouble. They're still getting into trouble. I don't know, it's in the blood, it's in the genes or something. I don't know. They just can't stay out of trouble. God, Jim again. Jim. Oh my God. Everything is all copacetic. It's amazing what money will do, huh? Well, Jim is not a guy. Jim and Geezer, what's his wife's name again? Drexel. Is it like Rexall drugs? They always call it Rexall drugs. Drexel. I've never heard of a name. Drexel. I don't know. There's some really weird Filipino names out here. Drexel? Then there's a lawyer named Baby. And you got a president like Bong Bong. I don't know what the fuck it is with names out here, you know. Bong Bong and Drexel and all these really weird names. I gotta say, the Philippines is original for names. I'll give it that much. For names. Baby? Well, I'll tell you what, if you had the name Baby and you're in the United States, you call the, well, I don't know, if you call the woman Baby in the United States, you'd probably be arrested. It'll be some sexual connotation or something to that. But here, they use that as real names, you know, Baby. You got a lawyer named Baby? Okay. But Drexel, that's unusual. Well, Jim carries on. Oh, they're going to the beach. They're going to the shopping. They're cooking up some big pork chops and, oh, everything like nothing ever happened. Apparently Drexel forgets about what she was videotaping not too long ago on the extremely rude, drunken behavior that Jim was exhibiting. Her husband. Horrible display. Horrible. If you haven't seen that, I got it on there. Should be still on there. Oh, but everything is normal now. Oh yeah, loving couple, harmony, like nothing ever happened. Don't you love it? It's like you don't know what to make of anybody on here anymore. You just really don't know. Out. Come on. Out. Oh, come on. Out. Go ahead. You shouldn't be in there. Go ahead. There you go. Come on, Jin. Did you go? Oh, wait. This way. Over here. Come on. Over here. Come on. Out. Should be in the dining room. It's where we eat, for God's sakes. Well, anyway, Ricky, back on. Well, here's the thing. He runs into Jasper, but what does he do? Nothing. As he usually does, nothing. Why didn't he give Jasper a piece of his mind? What mind he has left over? He's right there in front of Jasper. What a rare opportunity to just let it all out. I mean, he talks about Jasper enough, but he didn't do shit when he accidentally ran into Jasper. What did he really do? Well, as you remember, he did a very short thing. He didn't want to show you the rest of the video, because knowing Ricky, he wouldn't stop right there. And he wouldn't just walk away from Jasper unless Jasper, I don't know, scared him away. What did Jasper do? But Ricky, as long-winded and so forth as he is, something seems wrong with that picture. Why didn't he just blast Jasper on the spot? Why didn't he just, I mean, that's what he does anyway, right? Why did Ricardo not blast Jasper? See, there's always more to the story. Always more to the story than people want to tell you. They don't want to tell you the whole story. I mean, what really transpired between Ricardo and Jasper? Did he scare Ricky? All 5'2" of Jasper. Oh, am I going to be stuck eating this? Us poor people, we just don't have all this big food supply because we haven't been shopping at my favorite place, S&R. Which, truthfully, I don't find everything I need there anyway. I usually walk out of there with a lot less stuff than I thought I was going to buy. They're not as well supplied as you think they are. But if you find a product in S&R that you've never seen there before, and it's something that, Western style foods, well, you'd be a fool. You'd be a fool not to go grab it. Actually, no matter what the price is, really. But there are sometimes I just refuse, absolutely refuse, to pay the price of certain products. I don't want to indulge the store and say, hey, man, you could just charge us whatever the hell you want. And if we want it bad enough, we're just going to buy it. And we will. Hello, Region. Later that night, Jasper filmed Ricky with a lady boy and using the footage to blackmail him. I don't know anything about that. Seriously? Well, if Ricky's pay-for-date wasn't a pay-for-date and didn't work for an agency, I would say that she's a good gal. I don't know, I like Apple. But I wouldn't pay for her, though. There's a big difference. Apple has some personality, but I mean, I'm not going to go put money out like he does just to show his audience that, hey, I got a woman. My Apple, my girlfriend. Well, she's his girlfriend as long as he pays his agency fees. And he can have her as long as he wants. But I think even Apple needs variety. She can't be with Licky all the time. Everybody needs a little change of scenery every now and again. Hello, Hillbilly Hubgubble. Do you think Bummer is really back? No, he's not back in Alabama. They're just fucking with you. Barry was on there making comments on Ricky's show. No, Obama's not anywhere. I mean, I would know about it, wouldn't you think? Like, I'd have my payment, the court would have their payment, and he'd pay off the immigration, pay off his lawyer. There's no way in the world he's gathered that much money. The support for Barry has pretty much gone to the wayside, That's quite a lot of money to raise. No, he ain't anywhere, because if Barry was anywhere, he'd make a big hoop-de-doo about it. He would actually show himself on the plane, which he didn't, and he would actually be showing that he's in Alabama, showing a sign that he's in Alabama, or whatever. You know, Barry's, he's going to play it out. So no. Apple is a pro for hire, a seasoned walker. Apple is far from a nice girl. Well, I don't know what you consider as nice. She's being nice to him while he pays the agency, but you have to be. I don't know, Ricky thinks he's a winner all the way around, but what happened to his hair? Remember he was doing this political thing and yelling at political people, and he's very proud of that one. And he actually had real hair on his head, longer hair, dyed blonde. Now he has to wear a toupee. I'm pretty convinced it's a toupee. I've said that for a long time. It's got to be a toupee. Well, Ricky's criticizing everyone from Steve, from Philippines Information Channel, to just about everybody. Everybody. But he's not exactly somebody should be held on a pedestal for his accomplishments or his lifestyle and so forth. It's these people that should be talking about him, not the other way around, really. Let's see. Ricky owned stock in the shoe polish company. Well, you know, if it's a toupee, I'm trying to think here. Well, if toupee's made of real hair, then yeah, you could dye that. Yeah, you could dye it. Real toupees are made of real hair, so yeah, you'd be able to dye that. You'd be able to wash it. Then I don't know the adhesive to his scalp. I don't know about that. How does he adhere it to his scalp? I don't know. I never wore a toupee, and I really don't think I'll ever need one. Shit, my hair. I just had a haircut 2 days ago, and it's already growing out. Probably gonna take, collagen and stuff like that. My nails are growing like fucking crazy. I gotta have this gal come over and do some professional nail cutting here. But my hair, my nails, they grow really fast. I don't know, it's such an embarrassment. I mean, even watching Ricky's kind of an embarrassment to me that he's a representative of expats that come into this country, and it just really gives us a bad name. Ricky is right about some of these vloggers, though. Well, what Ricky does is he likes to point out all their, I don't know, deficiencies or whatever, faults and all that. But Ricky doesn't really take a good close look at himself, though. What a buffoon he is, and what a clown he is when he comes on his show. Oh, it goes more than being just on his show to get an audience. You can't make that kind of shit up, The psychology of the guy, it can't be just for entertainment. It's too deep. It's too deep to be showmanship. Let's call it that. Hillbilly Goblin says, I think Ricky just likes the Fred Flintstone look. Wilma? I don't know why he does that. I mean, just picture him if he had enough hair and he'd brush it back instead of let it hang like somebody took a pot and cut around it like Moe on the Three Stooges, I don't get that part. But then again, it's a ready-made toupee, I guess. So, you're going to do, so you cut the hair off that, it ain't going to grow back. Can't be buying a bunch of toupees. You could dye it, though. Yeah, you could actually dye it. It's, toupees are made, real ones are made of real hair. And why is he always saying bro every other word, trying to sound like a surfer? Got me, bud. He's trying to sound young, but looks like a fool doing so. Well, that's part of his persona. It's part of his shtick on YouTube, you know. But it's embedded definitely in his personality, you know. He's not a normal guy. I mean, you see him at these political rallies, you know. He just totally loses it. Obviously, he's a Trump supporter. He's a good example of a Trump supporter, let me tell you that. Do you remember at the Capitol, when all these fucking freakazoids invaded the Capitol, that Trump, you know, claimed he had nothing to do with, of course? Did you see these fucking idiots? Guys with a Viking hat on, with horns on it, and paintings on their face, and all the fucking freakazoids come out that were supporting Trump. That's Trump's audience, a bunch of fucking losers. That's his voters. Oh, he had nothing to do. Oh, yeah, Trump had nothing to do with that little invasion of the Capitol building. Oh, no. Fucking guy encouraged him to do it. But look at the freakazoids that showed up. As a good example, you got to have an example. Look at the freakazoids that showed up at the Capitol. Ricky supports that, huh? Because he's one of them. He dresses like a tourist in the 80s. Yeah, I noticed that. That's because Ricky buys his clothes at OK stores. And they usually they're pretty dated material anyway. They're really dated stuff, you know. Yeah, it'd be like Surfer Dude shirts or something like that, you know. I had some pretty cool Hawaiian shirts that were made in Hawaii, you know, not in Japan or actually China or some crap, or Korea or some crap. I had a couple. I still got one now, but it's got a mark on it. I got a couple of shirts that were made in Hawaii that would not be embarrassing to wear because it didn't have the obvious kind of print that you see on there that you see on these tourist type shirts. This was just quality, and it was done in a way that was stylish, and it spoke Hawaiian, but it wasn't loud, and he wears these loud shirts. But his attire is not, he does not have a great attire. I mean, he probably does go to OK not to spend any money, and gets the cheesiest shirts he can. I don't understand it. He walks around looking the way he does. The guy is fatter than shit, needs his own zip code, and he wears a toupee, which I'm gathering is a toupee, and somebody knows different, let me know, but it sure looks like one to me. And if he had real hair, grow it out, and then take a brush and comb it back. But believe me, it would be a lot better looking than if he did something with his hair or the toupee or whatever it is. Maybe toupees are just, you know, hard to comb back or something. They're just flat like Moe on the Three Stooges. I don't know. A stooge wearing a stooge toupee. Hey, have you seen Sleazy Joe and Camel Toe supporters? Just as freaky. Sleazy Joe. Who's Sleazy Joe? Oh. Oh, okay. No, I haven't made judgment on them. A camel toe. They're all freaky. You know, here's what did. I don't want to get into politics, but see, Trump had a plan because he knows there's more freaks and vicious and violent and low-class and low-life people out there. He figured that if I could appeal to them, I'll get my votes. So Trump went on and tried to play the tough guy. And he tried to speak at a level of these lowlifes and losers to relate. And he succeeded. Because most of the people who've actually voted for him Well, if that Capitol thing that happened, the event at the Capitol gives you any idea, I mean, there you go. That's a slice of life right there. That was a slice of proof. Guys wearing Viking hats with horns on them and shit. I mean, that's his voting audience? Oh my God. Seriously speaking. I don't know who's quitting YouTube, who's doing this, or whether Philippines Information Channel is quitting. And I know one thing that is sure. I'll tell you what, who's doing really good. JRC, he's a nice guy. I met him, and he asked, I actually met him. And he's a nice guy, and he's very successful in what he's doing, branching out into real estate and everything. But all these people, well, he's doing it too. He's getting people to endorse him on their shows, and he's making appearances on lots of different people's shows. There was another guy saying that, who was it? They're going to have was it Mike in the Philippines? Who was it? Another person was going to be endorsing him. Of course, Paul, all these guys, they were all endorsing him all the time. Even Amazing Philippines. I like Amazing Philippines. Rod's a good guy, but he said he wasn't getting there's no sponsorship. He said there was not sponsoring him, but for just about everything Rod says on his show, there's always a mention of JRC. They're always giving referrals. They don't tell me he's not making money on that. I won't buy it. I don't buy it on any of these people that are endorsing JRC. By the way, I like him, but it's not a cheap service if you needed a service from him. And everything I heard and everything I know that, a lot of these things you could do yourself. But you see, Steve, Philippines Information Channel, he was doing things like this, like with an insurance company, the one I was going to deal with, and dealing with one representative of the insurance company who was out there, canvassing for clients for this particular insurance company. And Steve was getting his little bonuses from that, from promoting it. And he would do it at these little get-togethers they'd have over there. And this guy would come over. I don't want to mention his name. This guy would come over there and be part of these little groups. And Steve would go on his selling spiel. Now, I don't know. I don't know what the hell Steve did as a living. Ricky said that he was a parking lot attendant or some shit like that. I don't know. Oh, like Popeye was just a patrol guard or whatever it was. And those guys, they were sleazy motherfuckers. You couldn't get anywhere in the Navy. It had to be, security guards. And they used to beat the shit out of the drunks and loved doing it. They loved that power. They had no power otherwise, but they used the fact that they had a uniform on and they'd beat up all these drunks and shit and get away with it. That's what Popeye did. He was in his heyday back then, and that's why he's on such a power struggle all the time. All the characters we have on YouTube, man. This should be, somebody, Hollywood should step in on here somehow. They can make some kind of a series or something that could be really successful. Because, think about it. Everybody relates to social media, right? How come they haven't come out with some kind of series that compiles these kind of characters, and personalities and the things they do on social media to make money or to make a fool out of themselves or to fight with each other or harass and harangue? And you could easily make a series with how many episodes, although people won't believe what they see, say this is all made up. When it's real. So you can get material from real life. You don't have to, you don't have to make it a fiction. You don't need to be fiction. This is real life shit. Regent says Popeye is a dude who referenced the Philippines constantly, yet he hasn't been here in over 35 years. That's so strange. I think he's afraid to go back. Maybe the people he's arrested. I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's a combination of things. Well, maybe he's not as mobile as he used to be. He's fearful of a lot of people that don't like him out here. There could be a lot of reasons. Or maybe he's agoraphobic. He's afraid to leave the house, period. Agoraphobia. That's a good possibility. That's sad, though, I know. I mean, I don't give a fuck what he does, really. Well, it's still sad. No matter, how you look at it, it's still sad. Let me see, take my oatmeal. Oatmeal and cinnamon. Oatmeal. Oh, that looks pretty dry to me, bro. Shit, I felt like making pancakes. Why did I make this? Gotta tell you, I do like pancakes. It's just according to what you do with them, though. But sometimes I'll mix in oatmeal with the pancakes to make it, get some whole grain in there, But, although my oatmeal is whole grain, but more. So, when I make oatmeal, it's a delight to eat because I have to add this, which is not healthy, but I have to add for taste. I got to put a little tab of butter in there. And I take my ground Saigon cinnamon, as I'm doing as we speak, and I add my cinnamon to that, and just a dash, not much salt. I get the dashiest dash of salt to this puppy. And what am I missing? Wait a minute. Oh gosh, let's see. All right, a little bit of almond milk, but this ain't the kind I like, though. This particular almond milk is the straight up one. It's not the vanilla. Yeah, I gotta go buy more. Who do you call when you become undone? Who do these clowns call when they really need help or something? When their life is just going totally out of control. Who do you call? Well, you really got no true friends on YouTube. No, they don't. Whoops, let's see. Hillbilly Hobgoblin Pinata hit me with a stick. What? Popeye's been there and got the t-shirt. Why try to do it over again? Seems like he's got plenty of money and a good life in the States. The Philippines again would be a step down. Well, what does he spend his pension money on? You might have a point. I don't think Popeye's broke. In fact, I think he's pretty tight with his money. The occasional, he'll go out, the occasional going out to a casino. And of course, going to bingo. Hopefully he'll hit it big like the lottery. But there's a good choice of women there. He doesn't want to settle for a gray-haired, blue-haired lady with, diabetic ankles. Well, Steve Montelli didn't want to settle for that either. Popeye lives in a sub 300K. I've seen the house, I know. It's a 1,400 square foot, 60-year-old house in Florida. Yeah, I know. His mother's name was Jean. You gotta know all this stuff. He's on a fixed income and he has to manage it. His wife mostly took half his pension. I didn't think about that one. She probably did. Yeah, legally you can. Well, you see, I don't know when they were married if he lived at that house. See, it was his mom's house. I'm not sure where they lived when he was married. But you see, if he had the house before the marriage, then she couldn't take anything from the house. She didn't have half ownership of the house. She wouldn't be able to. But anything that was acquired during the marriage, yeah, she could take that away from him. What's anybody his age going to do with a woman? Hey, I'm up there in age, and I do a lot. What are you going to do with a woman? You realize you're talking to somebody around Popeye's. Well, Popeye looks about 80 or so, but I don't know who looks older, Popeye or from the most recent pictures I've seen. I think Don C. looks older than Popeye. I don't know what you think. What is he going to do with a woman? Well, actually, in his case, probably nothing, because I don't think he could get it up. I don't know. You're supposed to be in your retirement finding some kind of enjoyment. You got to understand about Popeye. I think all the soap operas are now gone. Their history. I don't even think General Hospital is still on. And he would religiously watch. He's talked about it. This is not made up. I mean, he told everybody he used to watch all those soap operas. General Hospital, one of his favorites. And I'm familiar with the shit because my mom used to watch it. I had to watch it with her. Days of Our Lives and General Hospital, naming two, is a big thing. Housewives would be watching this shit. In most housewives, you didn't find men usually watching this shit. It was housewives. But Popeye was enthralled with this. I mean, that's why his life is such a soap opera, because, well, he sure watched them on a daily basis. Don looks like he's in his 80s, Popeye late 70s. Yeah, you might be right. I think I'm actually older than Popeye, but he looks older than me. Who do you call when you become undone? Classic General Hospital. It's still on? Or it just, repeats or something. No, I still remember the characters. My mother used to watch that. The Quartermain family was all based around the Quartermain, for Alan Quartermain, and he married a doctor. He was a doctor, surgeon, whatever, and she was a doctor. Monica Quartermain. Then, was it on the same show? Was it General Hospital or was it Days of Our Lives? I think it was Days of Our Lives. It was Sonny. He was kind of a criminal. Yeah, even I remember this shit because my mother used to watch that shit. Yeah. Popeye loves Luke and Laura. He always wished it was him, adventurous and all that. They overplayed the Luke and Laura shit. They overplayed it. See, I told you, my mother used to watch this shit. But that was back then. I was a little, yeah. But I'm still familiar with some of the characters. I remember some of them. Don's skin, especially around his neck and eyes, make him look 10 years older than he actually is. Don looks like his face is melting. Hillbilly Hobgoblin. The woman who played Monica Quartermain passed. Oh, did she? I remember they used to try to plot to kill each other or something. I was crazy, the Quartermain. Then it was, the father, Alan, the original Quartermain guy, the old guy. He passed on about fucking 30 years ago or something. I don't know what it was. Right? Am I right about it? It was geared around the wealthy, but then they throw in some losers in there to make it more interesting. Just like YouTube, you got to throw some losers in to make it more interesting, right? It's like the longest running shit in history, man. I used to tape it for her. when I got home from school, your mom. Oh, really? I know you couldn't miss anything. Leslie Charleston took me for a while. Is that the person who played Monica? What was that one show they used to have on? Oh, Dark Shadows. That was probably one of the best, if you want to call it a soap opera or something. I don't remember a whole lot about it, but Barnaby was the character and he was a vampire. That was more original, you know. Do everybody remember Dark Shadows? Speaking of losers, what's the fairy been up to lately? The fairy just goes on live streams and talks about me and whoever else, right? I mean, you gotta understand, these guys' lives are like a fucking soap opera. There's no question about it. Oh yeah, Dark Shadows, you remember that? Yeah. Well, you know, I watch TV, but it's not regular TV. I mean, I really get on there is, you know, this fucking Netflix and you get YouTube, you know, as you, whatever, but it's like, I talk about this all the time. It gets very frustrating. I have to up or get a premium channel or something because I tell you the truth, I've seen almost everything on there that was of any interest to me. That was, you know, and you know I love sci-fi, and it's the same sci-fi on there all the time. Nobody know what I found. I've been watching though. It was more of a newer version of the Twilight Zone in 1985, I think, and I've been watching that. They're shorts, you know. They're not. You know, it's nothing like the original stuff with Rod Serling. You can't beat that with a steak with Rod Serling. But there's this more modern era Twilight Zone that didn't have the same intro on there. In fact, they had the most horrible intro on there, the cheesiest, you know. In fact, the shows were kind of cheesy. They're trying to copy off Rod Serling's style, but they just couldn't do it. But I've been watching this actually because I'm finding there's a bunch on there. And I've been watching those because I'm telling you, there is nothing. What they say is new release on Netflix is something that's been around for a long time before it's put on Netflix. You can't even find, you know, good Charles Bronson stuff on there, really. You can't, unless it's premium, you have to pay for it. Even some good Clint Eastwood movies that you would like to have, and the other varied ones, but, you know, they won't put it on. The best you've ever seen of Charles Bronson is they have videos on there where they're showing you just clips. For example, all his kills that he made. I love vigilante type of shows. I love vigilante shows. I wonder why. I just do. And all you're going to see is clips. That's all you're going to see. Oh, now you come in. Can't stand Netflix. Indian boys. When a troll has been defeated, they will all resort to racism like Jerry. The dirty hair. Yeah, you can't get it on there, man. It becomes a premium pay. That's what it becomes. And I admit, you know, I don't watch any TV in the morning, and most of the afternoon I don't. Very rarely. It's usually toward evening. There are two kids that live here, especially one of them. I let them have run of the TV because they do live here and they do have the right to, you know, watch some stuff that they want to watch. They need entertainment too, although they're mostly on their phones, you know, playing gaming and all that good shit, right? That's what they do. But then when I do decide to kick back and watch TV, I'm just so disappointed. I can't find, and many times, just to have something to give me some visuals and watch. I mean, do I want to go on YouTube on the phone and watch all these idiots over and over again? No. So I'll go on the TV and watch Netflix or something, and you know me, disaster movies, sci-fi, things like that, thrillers. And it's the same shit. It's the same shit, man. What does a retired guy do with his life? Well, you could do what Ricky does. Make believe that he actually has a life, and people of his nature. Remember, the nature of the scorpion is to sting. And some people have that nature to be phony, baloney bullshit artists who pretend to be Don Juans. Go ahead, you want to go out? Good, Gigi, you want to go? You go outside, go see Gil. Stop scratching. That's why you should be outside. Go outside. Do you believe both dogs are on their fucking period? Hey, you want to see something nasty? Look. I'm constantly having to mop up this shit. One had the period and it's toward the ending, and the other one is having their little monthly delight. Can't win. And these dogs, you know, they like to go out, but they truly spend most of their time in the house. They feel more comfortable around us. And when they start scratching and shit, you're going to have hair on the floor. We're always cleaning up. So, you know, we accommodate the dogs. We accommodate them. They're good dogs, and they like our companionship and vice versa. So we don't have a problem with them. It's just, you know, it's just the maintenance of all this shit, you know. Gets a little bit crazy. You gotta see how much hair we vacuum or sweep off the floor in one day when they're really going through their shedding. Oh, you. Okay, let's see. Charles Bronson was a. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I've seen the history on him. Yeah, he was something else. He loved Puerto Rican food and music. Is Hector on here? Yeah, he's got quite a history. He does have quite a history. Plays the character of Paul Kersey. You know, I've heard a lot of stories. Okay, we were talking about soap operas, right? Now, if you're doing daily soap operas, and you spent, God, the majority of your life doing that shit, you actually become that character. I cannot see how it does not bleed over into your real life. How it wouldn't. There have been cases where even some modern day actors have said that when they had to play certain parts, I'm trying to think who in particular. I remember hearing it from a particular actor, and I can't remember who it was. And they had to become that character. And it really kind of interplayed with their personal life. Part of that character kind of crossed over. And some actors go through that. I don't know, method actors or whatever, but they became that personality. And even their wives probably seen the difference in them too. So if you're doing, okay, like, you know, General Hospital, all that shit, right? All the soap operas. This was daily shit, man. I don't even know how they all memorized their lines. This was a daily shit. Daily. It wasn't weekly, it was daily. Imagine the pressure to learn your lines and everything else and get into character. But if you've been doing that for 30, 40 years, whatever the hell you've been doing it for, don't tell me that's not going to become part of your own persona. It has to. I don't see, how it wouldn't, how it won't rub off in some way. That's part of the problem with some of the actors when they really have to become that other person. Like, if they're going to play a killer of some sort, right? There's a, you know, I guess my memory ain't that great as it should be, but I know I can recall a number, actually lots of actors who had to go into character and play these parts, and it was a very difficult thing to do. And they had to keep on practicing, even at home, their lines, everything else. And they were actually becoming, imagine that, they were actually becoming that character. And some of the characters they played were not exactly good characters. And it rubbed off into real life. Just like, people who were stereotyped too. There's another problem. What was the original? Was with Steve Reeves? Was he the original Superman? And then he gets stereotyped into that role, and you can't get any other roles. They wind up committing suicide and all kinds of crap. So, getting into the acting realm is not exactly the best thing you could do long term if you're going to be playing the same character over and over. Besides getting stereotyped and not be able to get any other work. I mean, if you got some goofy guy who's going to play some serious role, you know, you can't really take them seriously. And that's a problem that a lot of these actors had. Nobody could take them in a serious role. But there are some actors that did a great job at that, but very few. Let's see. Bruce Willis was great. I'm missing. I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at my. Pinata hit me with a stick. Bruce Willis was great in Moonlighting. Yeah, you mean with, what was that, with Sybil Shepherd? God, did you see some of these people they're looking like now? Look at Linda Hamilton. Linda Hamilton had kind of a perky cuteness to her, you know. But you look at her now, and she's like as raw as you could get. I mean, she's leather skinned. Look at Brooke Shields, who chooses not to wear makeup these days. I'll give her credit for that, but at the same time, she has the money to get plastic surgery. And I don't know if she did or not, but Brooke Shields, and they became stereotyped. In fact, what's his name on F Troop? What was the actor's name on F Troop? And he committed suicide. He went out drinking a lot of shit and the ladies and stuff. And in fact, he got into some shit. I don't know. He got into pornography, something. And he had quite a history. What was the actor's name on it? I'm losing it. Yeah, Linda Hamilton was very beautiful in the first Terminator. Well, I don't know about beautiful. She had kind of a cutesiness to her. But my God, you look at her now, she's rough and it's like she's been rode hard, you know. No, it wasn't them. It was the main character on there, the captain. Yeah, I liked Larry Storch. He was good. I liked his character. But what's his fucking name? I haven't watched that in so many years. But he committed suicide. Then you got all these people. No, what's his name? Jesus Christ, I'm questioning myself now. On F Troop. Not Ken Barry. Well, we'll come up with it. The main character on there. It's his balloon. It's his balloon. I don't even remember that one scene. It's his balloon. Now, there's some good shows. You know what I should enjoy? McHale's Navy. I used to like McHale's Navy. Now, Ernest Borgnine was kind of one of the greatest actors, really, I think. That guy, he could do comedy, he could do serious roles. The nicest guy in the world he was. Everyone liked him. Yeah, he wasn't the best looking thing, but he had a nice wife that loved him and appreciated him and the family. He was a family man. And from what I understand, other actors, they never had anything bad to say about Ernest Borgnine. he was a really good actor. I gotta say that, and I think some people are underrated. He could play any role, and you could believe him. He could play comedy like he did. McHale's Navy was kind of a comedy, really. Um, but the serious roles, he could do all that stuff and still get hired for other roles. He never got really typecast, into a certain role. But unfortunately, there's been some actors. I mean, even I think Jim Carrey's done a few movies that were serious, if I remember, and he was a goofball. But some people can't get out of that stereotype, you know, and they just wind up just kind of busting their career. But look at who else? Who else? Who else? They'll come to my mind. There's actually a lot of characters out there that were having trouble with that stereotyping shit. Anybody who played the role of Superman was in that same thing. They were known for that role. And, Batman, the Joker, well, you know who that was. He had serious roles. I mean, the thing is, some people can transcend beyond the stereotype of the roles that they were known to be playing. Very few do, but it's very hard. But you want to take a role like that because you can make a lot of money if it's successful. But down the line, when they're not getting enough work, then of course, if they get political, that ruins their career. There's a lot of people in Hollywood, like Mel Gibson, for example. He's a great actor. He could do comedy too very well. Nobody's going to say that Mel Gibson is not a good actor because he is, or was, whatever. But he was pretty well outspoken, and like me, I'm pretty outspoken, like Mel Gibson, and I get a lot of shit for it. And so did Mel Gibson. Some people won't even hire him for any movies anymore. He's up there in age now, but I don't know if he was just highly political or just spoke his mind quite a bit. But he's living with his success. Al Pacino, all these people, they played roles too that weren't gangster roles all the time and shit, and they did a great job. Let's see. What was that TV show that was in the German Starlock? That was, oh, no, I'm thinking of F. Okay. Hogan's here. Oh, okay. I got mixed up. Okay. I was referring to Hogan's Heroes. Okay. F Troop is a whole nother thing, yeah. But Hogan's Heroes, it was Hogan's Heroes. Sergeant Schultz, yeah, Hogan's Heroes. But Sergeant Schultz was the best, though. Well, of course, Colonel Klink, he wasn't bad himself with that monocle he wore and his striving to please all the superiors, but just making a fool out of himself at that particular installation there. And and how the prisoners used to just play with him all the time, play with his head. Yeah, Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes. Yeah, yeah. I was watching a lot of shit on YouTube, but what's God? I'll tell you, getting older, man. You want to memorize. You will memorize things that are important to you, but some things are not as important. And she was dating a singer of "Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this the love that I've been searching for?" You know that band. Tylee, what's her friggin' name? She was a wild card, this one, who got into everything. She was dating band members and shit. She did modeling in her early years. and she was fucking around with just about everybody. Tanny, Tanny, forgot her last name. She was kind of a cutie. Yeah, what Tawny Katane. Thank you very much. Why I liked Whitesnake, by the way. I like that song too. It's just love that I'm looking for. And she got together with him, but they never really married at first. And she was quite a pass along item in the music and entertainment field. I mean, literally, she was passed around. She's been with a lot of guys. And of course, Tony was not a real name. I forgot her first name, but she decided to call herself Tony. I was watching just the other day. You guys think I'm all concentrating on all the bullshit on YouTube here, but actually, I do a lot of research on a lot of things on YouTube. A hell of a lot. Musicians, where they are today, with how much money they earned in their lifetime. I look at some of the older bands, like in the '80s. Depeche Mode, Duran Duran, and bands like that. Those were the days. Those were good bands, and the voices on some of these singers, just incredible. But I still listen to that stuff. Yeah, she did date him. He's a good guy too, I heard. Yeah, with her heels, she beat him up with her heels, and then he was saying, the court hearing, whatever, that this guy is 6'7". He was 6'7", and how was this tiny 5'4" ball of fire, which she was, beat up on him? Well, she could because, well, he knows better than to go beat up on her for beating up on him. Sure, a woman could do damage to you. Of course they could. With their heels, with their feet, whatever. People think women are helpless. She was the kind of chick that if she didn't get what she wanted, she'd show it in other ways. But she's been around. She's been traded around to all these musicians and other people that she's dated. And then she winds up dying of, what did she die of? I was just seeing this the other day. I think some kind of a cancer. No, she had a heart attack of some sort. But she got involved with drugs. Counterful says, me too on research. I found that old cheap parts and manufacturers here since the early 1960s. Yeah, she did Dave the Cleveland Indians, but yeah. At the time she died, I think she only had about 500,000. I mean, to us, 500,000, that's still a lot of money, but she only had about 500,000. I think all of them, they all got tied up in drugs or something. You go into these wild parties with people, you're going to want to do what they do to be seen and heard in Hollywood and all that, and all the parties, and they all wind up getting involved with drugs. Look at the characters, on the Goonies and all that, and we're talking about the two. Boy, I tell you, I am losing it. I am losing it, man, on these characters. Same thing all my life. I could never remember lyrics, one-liners, one-liners. I've always been that way. But they get success, and they're doing really great with it, and they're making all this fucking money, and they party it away. They're buying all these cars. How many cars do you need? I mean, come on, let's get real. How many cars do you need? Flaunting it and get involved in drugs, and they wind up dying a poor man. You hear all these stories all the time, and there's a lot of them. Success to their, the rise and fall of a star or musician, actor, whatever. Well, we're talking about actually Corey Feldman and the other one that's known as the two Coreys. And they became good friends. They played in a lot of movies together. And even Corey Feldman got to a point where he hit rock bottom. And he's still not really that rich, in my understanding. But during his time, he made something like $18 million during his heyday when he was popping out movies like toast coming out of a toaster. Made as much as, and probably more. I've seen a figure of 18 million, and he just partied all that shit away. That's amazing. How could you do that? Then you got these crazies that don't want to control their taxes, or you got an accountant that's ripping you off too. And that's happened to a lot of people. It seems like it's like in Casino, the movie Casino, and the intro on there is that when you're running a casino, you need to have somebody watching your employees, the gambling table. Then you need somebody to watch the people who are watching these employees, and then you need somebody to watch that person. Then it goes all the way above, and you got to have an accountant. You got to have somebody watching the accountant. It's an incredible stress to trust anybody when you're making big business. You're dealing with a lot of money, and a lot of times, a lot of people were taken advantage of. I bet you never heard of Goji. He's a singer that he didn't care about the money. And I think his name was Goye or Goji. You probably never heard of him. And this guy was so talented, and he was in the charts. And I don't ever remember seeing this guy. But it got to the point he preferred to go play with his friends. He wasn't interested in making all that money. Imagine you got a real person like that. He'd rather go back to his hometown and play some local events with his friends. He didn't care about the money. You don't hear that. I think his name was Goji or something like that. I have personally never heard of him myself. But he came out with some really good music. This guy was really creative. But he wasn't interested in the industry, really. He won some awards and stuff too, but he was more comfortable going back to his local band in his local town and just playing little gigs for the local people. Not everybody's in it for the money, but mostly people are, of course. But the way to watch how people have squandered their money is absolutely amazing. They didn't know how to invest, and they were just interested in partying. And money don't last forever. Just because maybe you came out with a hit movie and you made some money on it, right? Same as singers that come out with one-hit wonders. They think they're going to continue their music and make a lot of money, and people are going to be buying their albums. Or as far as movie stars, they think that, oh, I got a big break with this movie and stuff, but then their career fades out for one reason or another. But they went ahead and right away, I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy 10 cars. I'm going to buy a fucking mansion. Only 2 people are going to live in it. A mansion big enough to house a community. What the fuck do you need a mansion? Everything is a status symbol. What do these people need a mansion for? Was there only going to be a couple of people living in there except some housekeepers and stuff? What the fuck do you need a mansion for? There's a guy's show on here that I watch, and I don't recall the name, but it comes on my feed. And this guy is a great, what he does with his life. He goes around all these old mansions and residences of famous people that go way back. There was a castle he went to in Italy, which was incredible, the inside of this place. What I don't understand is, and I try asking him questions, he doesn't get back. And they have all these, relics in there, still there. Why haven't people looted this mansion? And it happens with a lot of his videos. I mean, there are expensive chandeliers left there. There's a lot of memorabilia left there. There are even some artifacts to go back thousands of years. And there's nobody watching this place. And some of these mansions have been abandoned for like a long time. Even some music stars and stuff, And nobody is watching this place. I mean, I don't know about you. You've experienced or seen or known, but You got an abandoned house. Somebody's going to go in there and they're going to rob all the copper. That's just a start off. If you got any relics or remnants, they're going to take that and sell them and make a lot of money. Chandeliers, old, really just beautiful doors, early ornate doors, antique doors, and fixtures and stuff that even bathtubs that are so ornate, the claw legs and stuff. And you mean to tell me nobody's looting these mansions? It doesn't make sense to me because I know in America, anyway, even abandoned houses, the most simple houses, people will loot it. They'll take all the copper wiring, copper pipes, anything of value, even the goddamn kitchen sink. It doesn't stop them from doing that. Hillbilly Hobgoblin says, if I was a rock star, I'd want Peter Grant to be my manager. Made Led Zepp rich. Uh, Peanut hit me. What is that? I'd want a mansion so I could have freak offs like Diddy. Yeah, that was one unusual guy. And a lot of people are hiding in the shadows because they were the ones that used to party with old Diddy there. Look at his life from riches to he's in fucking jail. You see how your life could be such a success and then you get pounded into the dirt at some point. And that happens to a lot of people. It's called karma. But see, when you got a lot of money like that and stardom, you know, uh, you go crazy with your life. The parties that you hold, and people are stealing off you right during the parties. They're stealing things from the house because everybody's drunk. Then like when you have it all and you've done it all. Most people can't say that. I can't say I've had it all and done it all. Most people haven't. But when you can have anything you want and go anywhere you want and buy anything you want, don't you think that's going to get boring after a while? Because the difference is that if you don't have a lot of money and it's something you've been wanting to buy, oh, I don't know, a musician, you want to buy a nice guitar. That's just a small example. But then, it takes time for you to raise the money you've been putting on the side in your piggy bank or whatever. Then you finally get that money to buy that guitar or whatever the item may be. And you get a lot of satisfaction from that. I finally got it. But when you have money like that, such excessive wealth, it doesn't become satisfying. That's why, the gerbil up the ass thing, you've heard about that in the past. These people who do some weird fucking shit, you know, they'll get into, they might be heterosexual, but people will convince them to do the deed with other men and different shit. And because they're so bored and they want to experience different things, but they've experienced so much with all their money. Got their own aircrafts, this, that. They got everything. They've done everything. They went to Monaco. They went to all these places, living the lavish lifestyle. Then when it all falls apart, where do you go when you become undone? That haunts me, that song, actually, quite a bit. And they've done some really crazy shit. I mean, some crazy shit. Now, with the mansions, there was one time they became kind of obsolete. It wasn't worth buying mansions anymore. The market was hard to get anybody to buy them. But if you invested in a real big house, you paid very little money. Say you bought it 30 years ago or something, and now you got your investment back in spades. It worked out for some people that did smart things like invest in real estate and stuff. A lot of them made probably as much money as they made in their career using that money from their career to buy real estate and so forth. They've done very well. These are smart people, but then you get these idiots and stoners and shit. Oh yeah, man, groovy, man. We're making a lot of money, dude. Let's go out and party. And then they either continue to be successful and come up with more hits, and then maybe they don't. And when they start to fade out, then they realize that, oh, dude, we just spent all our money. Radical, man. What are we going to do now? I mean, look at little Arnold from Family. What do you call it? I know Arnold. And he wound up as a parking lot attendant. And Did you ever see that coming? But then again, Arnold was hard to deal with, though. But he did what he had to do. But he died a very unhappy man. Arnold was only like, I don't even know if he was even 4 foot tall, was he? There's no need for a mansion. When you think of all the people that are homeless and shit, and by the way, I didn't want to get into this, but, you know, government of USA, how many times I see some YouTuber shows, and very specific ones, where they're going around on the street. Sometimes they're, they want to hear people's stories, and how did you get in that situation? And a lot of them turn out to be veterans. And these people who have served the country, I mean, actually served the country, not like false valor people like Poops, who've actually served the country. I mean, look, okay, I'll straighten this out, just so you don't get mad at me. Being in the military, whether you're a pencil pusher or whatever, you are serving the country. But what I'm talking about is people who have actually seen action, and Popeye certainly hasn't, tried to make everybody those false valor shit. That's why I attack Popeye for that. And he's got attacked on other formats, people were talking about him, people who really saw action. They're really pissed off with Popeye. Yeah, on Discord and other places, yeah, they're really pissed off at him. But what I'm saying is that these people who have served the country were out in the fields. They saw action. Some of them got injured. Some of them were crippled. And they're all on the streets. Oh, the U.S. needed them when it came to some war or skirmish, and provided for them for what they needed then while serving the country. But when they come back, look at all these veterans that are on the street. How much respect did the government show these veterans? Excuse me, and wind up on drugs? They're on the fucking street. Well, Popeye cares so much. Why don't he take some of his money? I got to drink some. Why don't he take some of his money and go help him out? Why don't he go help him out? He didn't want to spend his money on a veteran. Popeye is so fucking full of shit. God, I can't stand that guy. He is so fucking full of shit. The one thing, although I've never been in the service, the one thing that I think is the most horrible thing is false valor, and there's other than the word for it. There's another type of valor thing, closely related. And Popeye is one of these people. And if I was a veteran that served the country, was out in the field, busted my ass, got blown ass up, whatever, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed at a couple of things. I'd be pissed at Popeye for his pretend action hero that he pretends to be. And I would be pissed off that all these veterans without housing, nothing, are on the streets. So much for the government. They're pawns. Soldiers are pawns to the government. All these people on the streets with no homes, begging. That's wrong. It shouldn't be that way. Especially if you really put yourself out there and you were in the front lines, bud. I don't know what it's like. I only know from what I've seen on videos. I only know from people that I know that were veterans that actually served. And I did know what was he, a corporal? He was a corporal? Or colonel? I think he was a colonel. No, I think he was a corporal. Well, whatever. He had a high position anyway. And I read his book, and I've seen his, heard his stories personally from him. And it was an ugly situation, especially with Vietnam. It was a very ugly situation. Hey, girls, what do you want to do? In or out? And these people could afford to talk, Huh?
There's some.
We got what?
Look up there. Pick your slipper.
What am I looking at?
Oh, water.
The water right. Uh-oh. Ah, that's not good. Do you smell it?
I
And where is that coming out of?
I open it.
Where's that coming out of?
Yeah, I open because it's full.
You opened what? That? The
Yeah.
hatch?
Because the water in will go there.
Oh, from the rain? You don't think there's a clog in the system, do you?
I don't know. It's full because from here.
Oh, water.
Look at from here.
Yeah.
Going here. So this one is very.
Why does it smell sewery?
Because I clean.
Oh, okay.
So I still have there. You open later.
So, do you think our water,
Full of water.
that's full?
From this one.
Oh,
the
that
one.
happens, folks.
Hey, this one. This
Our
one.
septic, well, the septic's fine, but
This
we
one.
have a water, if you know, for gray water.
And that
Yeah, I'll show
one
you.
from the water,
From the roof.
gutter, from the roof, going there in the open tank. So they go inside.
Oh, okay.
Go
I know what's going on here.
inside.
In the military, it doesn't matter where you are or what your job is. You can find yourself in a world of shit in an instant. And you know that firsthand. Well, it don't smell good, dear. Maybe you should hit that up with some bleach or something. So, what do we have to do? Open this thing up and empty some water out of it or something?
I think so.
Like what our neighbor does all the time? Yeah, we've been getting pretty much a good amount of rain over here. So we have two different type of... we got the septic tank for the waste, you know, from the bathroom, toilet, all that shit, you know. Then we also have, you know, for gray water, you know, the sink and all that. That's this here. If you see kind of a square here, there's no handle on there. I don't know why. But that's never... We had it open once. Didn't we have this open one time?
Yeah.
We did, right? Yeah. So we might have to empty water out of that. We'll probably do for the septic, though. Well, you know, out here, that's what you have. You have septics, you have wells and all that stuff. And, yeah, I smell that. Terrible. And don't let the dog walk on that shit and then come in the house. Don't even allow that. Get him even close to that. And you have to pour some bleach around that, man, or something. Oh, well, money, 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 money. It's only money, right? Yeah, you don't want to mess with your septic. The guy next door, his gray water outlet, you know, he's always having to empty it out. I don't like it because it's a matter of how many feet from my well water, and that can't be too healthy. You know, all the gray water that contains bacteria and shit too, and it's right. Guess where it is? A matter of let's see, how many feet? 10 feet from my well. 10 feet from my well. I think, personally, I think we should have a different septic just away from the house, away from this crap. That would be quite an undertaking. But when it rains here, I mean, the rain that comes through those gutters and on the ground, I mean, oh yeah. And a lot of times your septic is getting full from the water, your gray water receptacle, you know, right here. That's what this is. You see a square on there? It's not a big tank. Now for the septic though, that's pretty big. It's bigger than my neighbor's. That could hold a lot. But we've had that cleaned out once or twice at least anyway. It's probably that time again. That's the way it is if you live in the provinces and stuff like that. There's always, you know, you're going to have a well for your water and you're going to have septic tanks and so on. But some places like in Cebu, there's no septics or shit. It's going into the tributary right behind the house. And that's why you see these rivers and they're so disgusting. So absolutely disgusting. And you remember Nika? Of course everybody remembers Nika. it wasn't too long ago they had a big rain again. And what I heard is that area, it's the same thing that happened many times before in the past. That little river or tributary behind her house, it got so high, come up to her doorstep. Can you imagine that? And that's all shit and piss in there. And bacteria like you wouldn't fucking believe. And yes, people are living that way. Every day, all the time. Scary. When the water gets that fucking high? Are you kidding me? But that does happen on a regular basis when you get some heavy rains. The ground, just can't retain the water anymore. And boom. Imagine the water coming up to your doorstep and you're elevated. Now, Nick's house, you probably maybe seen a little bit of it on people's videos. And there's like a stairs going up. It's been reconstructed since. You got to walk up, I'd say about 20 feet. 20 feet? 20 feet. In order to get to the doorway. Can you imagine if the water was going that high? That it would come up to your door? That is gross. And it's dangerous too. The structure could fall in too. Wow. Anyway, something to look into, just another thing. We're kept busy. Let me tell you, we're kept busy around here. There's no doubt about it. Every single day, there's always something to do around here. If you don't keep up with it, you're just not maintaining the place. It's just going to fall apart. House is in good shape, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The metal eaves of the house, underneath the gutters, and it was originally painted with a exterior epoxy paint, which is really a good paint. And I got to find the exact kind of paint that we used on it because I could see that there's certain areas that are showing rust stains and stuff, and that's just going to continually eat it up. So that's a project we have to have done. There's a lot of projects. There's a lot. The septics, all that shit has to be done. It's no fun, but when you have a house, there's going to be maintenance involved. Renters don't give a fuck. They'll destroy your place and not give a fuck because it's not coming out of their pocket. But when you own a house, it's nobody's responsibility but your own. And you have to maintain it. I repaint all the time the exterior. Cats make their paw marks on the wall because they're chasing lizards all the time. You see them everywhere. My wall outside, talk about projects. My wall has to be painted. That long wall in front of the house. And then the metal on the gating, 2 gates, and then the metal on the upper part of the concrete wall is rusting to shit. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do here. A lot of work. You're gonna do one project at a time. You just gotta pick and choose. What do you want to do first? But if you don't maintain this shit, it costs you more money. When I used to rent at the other house, the landlord, she hardly did anything really. She'd wait to the last moment and it wound up costing her more money because things got to a point where if she took care of it in the beginning, it would have been a short, quick remedy and not spending a lot of money. But then she would do another bugaboo and she would hire people that didn't know what the fuck she was doing. And I had to rehang one of the gates, where the gate actually was embedded into the concrete post, how they did that. It would come loose, break apart. They'd lay down some concrete underneath the gate area, but they didn't mix it well, didn't know what the hell they were doing. And it would wind up cracking and falling apart. It's really hard to find people that know what the fuck they're doing out here. And that's just a fact. If you're living out here and you own a house, you got to find the right people. And there are some people that know what they're doing, truly know what they're doing, but it's kind of like one of these things, trial and error of trying out different people to see what their skill. When my flooring in here, when I had that high gloss put on it, because it wasn't a high gloss tile, it was your average, and we wanted to have that nice sheen. So this guy, said he knew what he was doing. He uses resin of some sort. He didn't use the right resin, but before that, and the reason it really got fucked up is because the guy that worked for him was kind of slow. He had health problems. I don't know what the deal was. He was a truck driver's brother or some shit like that, and he was supposed to be doing a light sanding on the tile to allow the resin to adhere to it, but you had to clean it up real good too. Any powder, they didn't do either one of them real good. Well, this guy skimped on the sanding, so when that resin was applied and it dried, it looked great. Wow, it looks like it's wet. It looked great, but it didn't last. As I showed you on camera a number of times, that shit was all peeling off after a while. And how much did I spend? I don't remember what I spent on him doing this work, but he knew I wasn't happy. I've never hired him again. I don't know where he is. I haven't even run into him. But, he kind of had that reputation of either not finishing a job or not doing the best job of what he did. And you're going to encounter that out here. And I've encountered that. I've been out here a long time, and I went through a lot of workers. And it's finding the right one that has the right skills. One guy who fixes my generator, and he does all this electrical stuff, he actually went to school. He went to a trade school to learn this shit. Not just that, but other things. It's these people who went to a trade school that learn this stuff that do the best job. It's not just some Filipino guy that, well, I need money, and they're going to be jack of all trades, and they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing on the job. He says that they need money. Hey, let me try my hand at this. I'll probably be able to figure it out. And they don't wind up doing the best job. Who could we have to investigate this? Who do we have here? Well, actually, the guy that Dennis next door deals with, or who did we use?
Dennis,
Dennis's buddy?
the brother. I don't know if they are not busy.
Well, yeah, we're definitely going to have to check into this. So you think the tank is just over full? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Then where do you throw the water? Throw it on the road? Then it's going to seep its way back in? I mean, what do you do with it? You're going to have to pump it out. But you know what they do out here? When they went to clean out my septic, what they do is they just put a pail on a rope in there. It takes a while because I have a fairly large septic tank. And they just take a pail and they empty it out with that pail. And you know when they threw it? Against my knowledge, I wasn't here when they were doing it. There's an empty lot behind us, and they dug like a little hole in there, and they would just be throwing it over there on somebody's property, which is not right. Nobody uses that property. It's all forested now, but still, that's what they do. That's what they do. Well, then they didn't think about it. Where are they going to throw it? Where are they going to, well, normally, if you live in America, a place like that, infrastructure and all that, you're going to have a pumping company that comes off and cleans out your septic. And you pay it, and it gets expensive because you pay a disposal, environmental fees. You pay environmental fees. It's not cheap, But you don't see that a lot out here. They have it somewhere in Cebu and somewhere. You don't see a lot of them around. Pumper trucks. That's what you need. You're not going to throw it in the street or do what they did in medieval times. That they threw their crap out their windows, and if it landed on somebody, oh well. And they'd walk in this shit all the time. They'd walk in the streets. Besides cow shit, horse shit, and everything else. It was not pleasant times. I think I did cover a little bit about the medieval times and how unsanitary the lives were with food and waste disposal and all that stuff. Horrible, man. It's not that far out here what they do. But there is no pumper trucks. It's certainly not around here or in my islands here. You might be able to find somebody in Cebu. That would be expensive to have them come over. And then what did they do? I knew a guy when I lived in Fern Acres in my subdivision in Hawaii, and he had a camper truck, and we caught him, and he was dumping out his toilet, his septic tank in the camper. He was pumping it out into the woods, right off the side of the fucking road, and you could smell it. You could smell it. I think some people called him in or something. I think, but you can't be doing that shit. There's proper ways of disposing stuff. But out here, like you'll see garbage in the bushes all the time, where people don't want to go to some dump site and do that. They figure nobody's going to see it. It's in the bushes, but somebody else sees it. Oh, dump site. Fantastic. Somebody dumped their crap here. I'm going to dump my crap in here too. That's what they do out here. That's what they do. But yeah, I couldn't get a dumper truck, so I don't know where he's going to throw it. I mean, it all blends in the ground and all that shit. But you see, my neighbor's gray water tank, let's call it that, sink water, shower water, he has a relatively smaller tank or in-ground tank than I do, it's all concrete in there, and he's 10 feet away from my well water. And I'm thinking, that can't be good. Now, we've never got sick or anything, we don't drink our water for one, but we do wash dishes with our water from the well, but we use an antibacterial dishwashing soap. And even my showers, I use an antibacterial soap. You have to. So yes, I have concerns about that. There's no question about that. And rightful concerns. But, you're not going to expect my neighbor to go abandon that tank and go build it somewhere else. He ain't got the money to do that. And I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't, But I think someday that might be something I have to do. Let's see. The septic is fine where it is. The main septic for human waste and shit like that. I think that's fine where it is. But still, okay, that stuff seeps into the ground. It's a no-win situation out here. And nobody's really ever talked about this in detail. I mean, I'm the first one that's ever even talking about this that I've ever heard. You got to be as far away from the house as you can, preferably. Because all that shit's going into the groundwater and all that shit. And it's going to make its way to your well somehow after countless rains and disbursement of the water. And it's going to seep its own level. It's going to find its way. So, but what we do is, though, we will... And we haven't been doing it much, but we should. You got to shock the water, and there's a way of doing it with chlorine. They let it flow through your pipes into the tank that holds your water. And you got to shock the system. Just like when I had a catchment tank in Hawaii, it was a 10,000 gallon galvanized steel, corrugated. 10,000, it was like 8 foot tall by 15 feet wide, stood way over your head. And every month, I'd have to chlorinate it, 2 ounces of even just household bleach to every 1,000 gallons. So do the math. So I'd have to do that every month. Of course, we didn't drink that water either. Of course not. It was not meant for that, for dishwashing. It's meant for showering and toilet and stuff like that. But we had a filter system inside the house too, though, but nothing was perfect. And yeah, you get, remember, where's the water coming from for that tank? It's coming from the roof, the runoff. It's gravity fed to the tank. So you have your gutters and you got your downspout that comes down to the ground, then crosses over the ground to other PVC that's going to go up into the tank. So it's gravity fed. The pressure, once it's air, you don't have a lot of air in those pipes, but sometimes you have to prime, even that you have to prime. But the pressure of the water coming from the gutters on the roof feeds down the PVC piping toward the ground, then comes across with the pressure, then comes up again into the catchment tank. And that's how the catchment tank would get water. That means that everything that was on that roof, whether it was rat shit, bird shit, whatever, would be going into the tank. And that's why you have to have filtration, which we did. We did. And a carbon filter too. But we had to chlorinate the tank every single month. And we did every single month. So when you live in kind of like semi-rural area, like you're a really long way from the highway, we were 2 miles from the highway. Well, no, 2 miles maybe. And of course, the people who had water services and stuff off the highway, they were fed by the county's water. But if you live in way off the highway, just like, here, same thing in the Philippines too. You live in a rural area, you're going to have a well, you're going to have some sort of septic. You got to do something with the waste. So it's not a sanitary situation. One of these days, I'm going to have a water sample sent over to a lab. And believe me, no, we don't drink this water, but we do shower with it, though. We do shower with it. And so does everybody else that has a well. Well. I've smelt the water in the laundry. I've smelt the water in there. And it's got a lot of sediment, there's a smell to it, That's in the water. It's hard water is what it is. Hard water. But believe me, I've smelt the water sometimes, and I questioned and said, damn, is it the detergent? Is it the dirt that's coming off the laundry? What is it? I don't know. Sometimes I don't smell that. But a lot of people, they don't smell this shit because they like to use these scented, it's a big thing, perfumed, like to buy, unless there's nothing else around. Doesn't our clothes smell so flowery, fresh? Yeah. You're getting a lot of chemical contaminants in there with that shit. There's so many things on there that are counterproductive to your skin. But people don't care out here. They don't understand it. They don't want to understand it. They don't examine these things. Just like they'll eat all the most horrible foods in the world that could kill you. They wonder why they're getting disease. It's the same shit. People don't check into this stuff. Yeah, with all that rain, yeah, of course it's bound to be. I'm going to have a talk with Dennis in a couple of minutes here. You're saying that, okay, you're thinking that water tank is probably very full. And it's backing up somehow, or it's just coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the ground has been saturated. Yeah.
It's because the light's coming in.
But I was saying to my viewers here, our neighbor's his gray water tank for his water, not for the shit and all that.
No.
He's always emptying it out, right? Always.
Yeah.
Now it's only 10 feet away from our well. Have you ever thought about that, Gilda? That's not the cleanest water in the world.
Yeah,
And don't you think that's seeping into our well water? I mean, you're not going to expect him to go change it to move it somewhere.
Sick because that one is very deep.
His is very deep.
Yeah.
I don't know how deep it is, but still, don't matter. I mean, our water is coming from the ground. Okay, well, anyway, I think I covered that quite a bit. In fact, I'm going to get off here and have a talk to my neighbor. And see, the thing is, you gotta be very careful what you say to people because they take
So
it.
many judgmental.
Huh?
So many
It's
judgmental.
judgmental. I mean, you might be talking to him about a serious thing. I mean, my house was here before his was, little house he has. So they decided to put their, I call it the gray water tank, 10 feet away from my existing well, right here. That wasn't a wise idea. But they're not going to spend the money to go move their well or something like that. They're not going to fill it in and go build it somewhere else because he ain't got the money to do it. But that's how you become enemies with your neighbor. When you got to discuss something to them, you have a real concern. They take it really personally. And you got to handle this with kid gloves. you got to talk about it in kind of a roundabout way. And that's when you have problems with the neighbors. They're not going to spend money on something to remedy something. They're not going to do that. You know they're not going to do it. What's that there? Oh, in the military, it doesn't matter where you are, what your job is. You can find yourself in a world of shit in an instant. I know firsthand. All right, I think we covered quite a bit for one show. And that's why you come. I segue into so much shit on here. It's amazing. I covered from soup to nuts on here today, didn't I? Oh, Ricky Boy and his pay for dates and... God, you haven't taken an antihistamine in probably 6 months. I'm supposed to be taking them daily, but I haven't taken them in 6 months. I need to take an antihistamine. I tell you, my sinuses have been doing pretty good. I'm still going to be doing you'll hear that quite often. Haven't resolved that, but it's going to be part of the territory of me, I guess. Hearing me sniffling. Oh, I can think of worse things. A lot of worse things that could happen. Be grateful what you have and not what you don't have, and work with what you do have. Okay, I've been on long enough. I got to investigate something a little bit more important than doing a YouTube show. I got to check into my situation there, and you don't want your sewer system overflowing, but thank goodness. But we're probably on time for the other one. The actual big septic we have is a pretty good-sized septic. And by the way, let me tell you something real quick. When I lived at the other house, the rental, her septic was a very basic septic, just digging a hole in the ground. It was overflowing, so their remedy was to, right next to it, they had some guys dig a fucking hole. And they made a little piping for the overflow, which is right next to it, from the original septic. So any overflow would go into this new thing that they dug. And how did they fill it in? I mean, they didn't even want to put a concrete cap on this thing. I'm telling you what happened. I'm not lying. They would take branches and shit and lay it on top and lay dirt on it and more layers of dirt and pack it in. But then when those branches would, deteriorate, somebody's going to walk on that someday. They're going to fall right into fucking septic. I told you, the way they sometimes do things out here. It's incredible. And it could be very dangerous, too. As you know, there's no ground fault circuits anywhere in the houses they build out here. Rarely ever going to see ground fault circuits, near a sink or in the bathroom in the shower area, You never see ground fault circuits. You never see any outlets, electrical outlets that are GFC. You don't see them. They don't use them. So when you got a water heater in your shower, you better make sure it's grounded outside somewhere. It's got to be grounded somewhere. Or else you step in the water and turn it on, you're going to electrocute your fucking sorry ass. You got to watch what's done out here. A lot of things done jerry-rigged. Jerry, the ferry. Jerry-rigged, get it? Slipshod. And it might last a little while, but then if they don't do it right, you're going to go back and have to do the same thing again. And hopefully with somebody that knows what the hell they're doing. Welcome to the Philippines, my boys. Okay, so here we go. I went back here and this is a drain out. This goes to actually, it actually goes between this CR, outside CR. It's all interconnected with the washer. I pulled everything out. And I went through this, I went through 20 feet of hose or more. And I kind of went into a roadblock. And it could have been a curve or something in there. I don't know. Now, the kids' bathroom, the water always doesn't go down very well. It's all interconnected. So I went here I managed to get the cap off here, and I ran some hose line down there at full pressure, and I could get it in a certain distance, and I couldn't go any further. So if you went in the kid's bathroom, CR, with a plunger, it'll plunge out a lot of crap, hair, whatever, black shit that comes out of it. So there's a clog, but we got one of these sinks, and let me show you this. It's on a pedestal, and in order to get into the pipeline, the PVC, you're going to have to remove. Yeah. Now you see the water in here. I put some soap in there to help loosen things up, but we've done a lot of shit. It's not going down very well at all. Now you see the pedestal sinks and everything is behind us. So we'd have to somehow pull this shit out to try to get into the line. It gets complicated. It gets ridiculous. So if I take I'm going to take the plunger. I'm going to show you. This is hands-on stuff. So, a plunging we shall go. March on. Okay, set sink. Fill it with a little bit of water. Let it get full. A little bit. I can feel the spray coming off onto the floor too. Okay, so let's plunge this puppy. And watch the gook. Look at this. Isn't that lovely? So somewhere between the sink here and inward, there's a big clog of all the shit. Okay, some of it's moving. We've got to continue doing this. We might get it to the point where the water does flow, but then it doesn't take too much longer for it to. At the moment, it looks like it's draining. Because I put some soap in there, but I also went in the other way outside. Let's continue to do this. While I'm on a roll here, I'm sweating like shit. It's a very humid day. I'm not going to do too much of this shit. Okay, just going to let it flow. Put the plunger down. And let it flow. So far it's doing pretty good. But somewhere between the sink and the line outside, there's a clog. And right now it's doing wonderful until maybe it fills up in the pipe and maybe you'll start seeing it clogging again. So let's let it run for a bit and see what happens with that. I mean, the house is over 13, 14, 15 years old. Some houses as much as 60 years old out here. But they're taking a lot of abuse. Now, this line outside, oh my God. That's looking pretty good. I want to show you something. Just access point here. One time they came over when I was having problems, and maybe they had a snake with a hook on it or something. I forgot what they used. I got pretty creative. They opened this fucker up, and you wouldn't believe what came out of here. I don't know how, but there was like a rag in here, like a complete kitchen rag, and all the other gunk that came out of here. I mean, how do you get a small towel or a large kitchen rag in this system? How is that even possible? But we did. The crap that we pulled out of here was amazing. How does that even happen? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. How could you get a rag? Where's it going to drain from? From a washer? Where's it going to drain from? A big rag is not going to go to your kitchen sink. It's not. Where did it come from? Unless somehow, some way, it was flushed down the toilet. Somehow, either here or wherever, that got down. It's the only thing I can think of. Because that's impossible. That did happen. I opened this up and I ran about 20, maybe 25 feet. I don't know. I could tell by how wet it was when I put it down, so it's over 20 feet. And I did hit some boundary in there. I don't know if it's just a curve in the PVC. or whether it was just a big-ass clog in there. I have no idea. But this here, I went through it again. It was hard to get that cap off. Actually, it has to be pulled off. It wasn't really screwed on. It was just on there very lightly. And I kind of ran a pipe down there, the hose down there too. And I wasn't able to get as, well, I don't know how far I was supposed to get. I probably hit the line. It just goes to the bathroom sink and shower, to the PVC in there. I didn't want to go any further. But you saw the sink, it was clogging up. Until I actually ran water in this, and also put some detergent, actually dishwash. And then put some dishwash detergent in the sink and then plunged it. And you saw what came out. And it looks like it's draining. Now the other thing, he's coming over, by the way, about 1 o'clock today. This is the guy that works on, it's this neighbor's wife's brother, who's been here before. Now you see this here? I think I showed it earlier. Do you see how it's full of water and sudsy? That pipe coming out. Okay, this goes to this. And this is where the gray water goes. And he was surprised to see there was no handle on here. Usually they make a rebar handle. They make a square on here that you could just pull out. So he's going to have to take the hammer. He's going to have to take, get cement to create a new cap. He's going to have to, with a pump this water out of here. Now with all the rain coming down, you see the gutter, the downspout here, and when it rains, all this water is going to make its way into here. It's going to get full. My neighbor has to, once a week, he has a smaller one than we do. Now this is gunky. You'll find cockroaches in here. Now you see the orange PVC on here. That's where the water drains through. You see all the scummy crust in there. That's from food and calcium and minerals that build up in there. It's pretty nasty. It smells pretty, trust me when I tell you, you're not smelling it. It smells nasty. And I won't be wearing these shoes, I'll tell you that, in the house. And the water will go through there and drain into there. But obviously, with all the rain and everything else, this is just basically handling the sink, which is on the other side of this window here. Anyway, I could leave this open for the moment. But I'll occasionally come here and scoop it out with a strainer and bleach it out. But every now and then, and that's part of the maintenance that you have on a house out here. Whether you like it or not, that just comes with the territory. And if you're renting, you better hope that you have a good landlord, because you're not going to get anything done. And chances are that water might be coming right back up your sink, or if it pertains to your toilet, shower, the water's going to be coming out there because of any clogging. Now, we have 2 pumps. This is our water well. And you can see we have a shut-off switch too. But there's our tank. Now, this pumps the water out of the well. It's not great pressure. So we have all the shit in front. The cats go behind here too. We have a kind of a super pump. And that gives us the pressure that we need. But the problem with that pump, there's always a problem. There's a cutoff switch or something in there that's not working right. So when you turn that on, it'll go on like every freaking minute or 2 minutes. And that's using up a lot of electricity. It's also putting wear and tear on the pump. So that's the problem. Now, we had a 10,800 peso electric bill last month, and there should be one coming today. I don't think it's going to be as high as that, but with the rates going up and everything, I mean, it's actually quite possible. But that's just on electricity. So yeah, you say it's cheap to live in the Philippines, but not on electric rates. In fact, their rates are higher than I had in Hawaii. I don't know what this per kilowatt hour or whatever. But I could tell you that in Hawaii, it was like 40-something cents per kilowatt hour, something like that. Not to be exact. Yeah, not kidding you. So we had really large electric bills. So when my tenants were using halide lights in the attic space, and that's exactly what they were doing, the great tenants that I violated so much. What they were doing on the side, they think I didn't know that. I just couldn't prove it at the time. What Frank doesn't know don't hurts. So Frank's living in the Philippines. Since my brother was a stoner, they probably figured, well, we could get away with this shit. But I don't think my brother had any idea what was going on, but I had to find out on my own. Okay, so this is, well, it's draining better, I can tell you that. We actually had new tile put down on here, all this, and we created another drain. The reason we did that is because the angle of the shower area was angling over this way. And whenever anybody showered, water would come down here, we'd have to squeegee it back to the drain. Yeah, so these are kind of the little shits that add up when you have a house. You're not going to get away with it. Even in the newest homes, you know, you could develop problems. It's according to how they set the lines and how they, you know, contributed to the flow of water, how big the septic tank is, how big your gray water tank is. So we have basically a gray water tank and a regular septic. The septic is pretty big. Septic is pretty big, but it's been a while since we've actually had it serviced. We had them dump all that shit out of there. We did do that. You have to see the way they did it, you'd laugh. But that, I would imagine, is getting pretty damn full. I would think it is. So that's going to be another job down the line somewhere. Oh, God, it is so humid, Guild. It's so humid. It doesn't take much of a little bit of work outside, and I'm telling you, I'm like very sweetie, as she would say, sweetie. Very sweetie. And we're doing an upload here, actually, a live show, my dear. So we have margin for errors on here. Anyway, that's what's going on. We're going to have this guy come by today. He's going to have to break into that concrete. He's going to have to empty a lot of that water. And might have him check into some of the other stuff going on. He's going to have to create another hatch on there, you know. So I don't know what he needs. He's got to buy some concrete and maybe some rebar or something. But the more you get rain, the rainy season, this happens, especially when you have kind of a gray water septic, if you want to call it that, a runoff. And that's your kitchen water, that's your gutter water that's coming from the roof, you know, that goes into the ground, which makes its way into these structures, and there you go. So we'll do another video later on this instructional, educational videos, of course, that we are known so well for. And we'll show you the process of what has to be done. Stay tuned. Okay, I'm going to start this, even though nobody's come by yet, but you could always watch this later on. Choreography on YouTube. It's always happening. And sometimes when you don't have topic matter to talk about, you'll make something up or just find somebody to talk about. However, there we go, getting people. Heide and George. They did a show where they were in full argument. And I would bet you that this was choreographed. Now, I'm going to give them some credit. I don't always give people credit, but I'll give it credit when it's due. They know how to manipulate their audience. They do very well with that. Their topic matter is not exactly always regional or geographical or worldwide or whatever. It's gossip about what's going on with other people's lives on YouTube when they are not really living their lives, and she could barely get out of the house. She's got some really radical medical problems besides her weight. So what do? I guess you got to do something, right? You get on here. Hey, I'm not doing anything, right? I'm getting on here. And I don't care the number of shorts I do during the day. If I have something to say, I'm going to do it. Doesn't mean I'm doing anything else. I've been pretty busy this morning, trying to undrain PVC pipes and so forth, and run lines through them to see if there's any clogs, and doing this and doing that. You know, you keep busy around the house. So when you do get the time and you got something to say, you put on a show. Okay, getting back to Philippine antics. God, there's so many people on here that there is a lot to talk about, actually. Sometimes you need to call the bullshit out. You don't have to. You could ignore this shit. But sometimes you can't help but call the bullshit out. Now, Philippines antics, they deserve an award for bullshit, but these phony arguments that they have on here is all planned, made for drama, all self-created to get the audience in, all choreographed. Now, I would imagine living with a Karen like Heidi would be very difficult. I think they got totally two different personalities. I don't know how George puts up with it. Honestly, I don't know, marriage made in heaven, I don't know about that. Made in hell, perhaps. But they need each other because they need the income. George has some other, I don't know, resources of income, and she needs it. She has major medical problems, you know, lupus, high blood pressure, diabetes, probably the whole 9 yards and more. Her weight, she can't walk long distances. She has to watch, she's fell before, and she has to be afraid of breaking her hip, which with all her weight, that's very easily accomplished. That goes with anybody who, yeah. Ken Unger comes by. Heidi is the poster child for Karens. I would have to agree with you, Mr. Unger. She's really up there, I would say. The other one, counterpart, would be Ricky Trauma, would be Ricky. He's a male Karen. But drama is what sells on YouTube. When you have to go that far just to get viewers and to make money, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? I understand if you're making like buku money. You know, like crazy things like Vitali and Johnny Somali and people like that. They found that by doing these little antics, but they weren't very nice, that he could make a lot of money. But then at the end, it gets him in trouble, doesn't it? Somali and Vitali are in big ass trouble, aren't they? But I saw that they had a show on this morning, Philippines Antics, and Heidi was going on it at George. George says he's passive aggressive, and I think she's just, what he said, just aggressive. But I imagine that their life is like that off camera, but I think, I mean, Gilda was listening to this too. She said, no, she pretty much agreed with me that was choreographed. Okay, so we both agree on that. But this is what some people do to gain their audience. Now, they were supposed to have a guest on there, and then one would think, oh, maybe this is real. Oh, no, we can't have the guest on after going through this argument. You know? But they're good at what they do. They're very good at what they do. They got it down. Editing. Although I think that's a lot of corny shit, some of the stuff that they do. Their little antics, as the name of the show is, Philippines Antics. But sometimes it gets antiquated. It gets antiquated after a while. Obviously, they're doing it for the money. Well, that's what most people do, other than me. They're doing it for the money. She has a lot of prescriptions, medical expenses, and she's got to keep at it. She doesn't have any choice. She has to do a show every day. And they have to find somebody to rag on. And they got plenty of choices. But sometimes gossip gets a little bit carried away. When that's all you can talk about. I'm not saying we don't gossip on my show. I do. But I have topic matter 85% of the time. I'm talking about something. In one show, I could be talking about 10 different topics in one show. Nobody I've ever seen has had the ability to do that. One show of mine could be so goddamn informative because it's not just one topic. I think it's part of the ADDH, whatever I have, and I noticed a lot of people on here have the same damn thing too. They wander off from one topic to another. I don't see a lot of people doing that, but I have witnessed it when their topic is supposed to be as such, and then all of a sudden it just changes. I do that a lot because I don't like to bore my audience. I don't like to bore myself. That's why I'll transition into some other avenues of interest or concern or any topic matter that I feel that comes to my mind. I'll do that. I do that quite often. But Heidi and George, I think, in fact, I know that a lot of the stuff they do is choreographed. Because, come on, how would you want to be, money, whatever? Why would you want to be with Heidi? For lots of reasons. But to be in those kind of arguments, would you stay in a relationship with a Karen like that? And that's not something I could do. So it has to be choreographed. I mean, I understand they're both trying to pull in some money. It's for both of them. George needs an income, and they might be making a little bit more than they're telling you from the show here, but they put a little bit over effort, just to make the little money that they're making. And they do editing and all that crap that they do and spend the time. But she has the time to do it because she's pretty much housebound because of her health, her size. Did you ever see photographs of her? I've seen them on here. During the days when she held up these pharmacies, with a fake bomb. Yeah, if you don't know that, she did it, I think, twice. Yeah, she went to prison. She went to prison. And she was dabbling with drugs and everything. She was thin as a rail. The contrast between what she looks like now and what she looked like in the past. Two different looking people completely. How or why she gained all that weight, I can't say. You'd have to ask her. But two entirely different people. She was really thin, and she looked really, oh, well, the word frail. She looked frail. You look at her now in contrast, you say, well, how the hell did that happen? Well, maybe some of the medical issues she has prevented her from being more active. I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg in her situation. Did she get into accidents prior to being overweight? And then being overweight prevented her from doing any other activity or trying to. Because, the one last thing that she needs is a fall again. That would be a disaster, understandably, when you're obese. Yeah, we do tend to talk about obesity a lot on here because there's a lot of it going on. But it's just not here. It's all over the world. The last time I ever went to Seattle was a long time ago to visit my daughter and the kids. Yes, I did visit my daughter and the kids when I lived in Hawaii. And I was looking around. We'd go into some supermarkets and so forth, and I couldn't believe it, man. Oh, painkillers and no exercise. Okay. Fried chicken, Indian boy says. Okay. And I looked around, and it also happened in Hawaii. When I went back there and I got stuck because of the COVID, I worked on the house and all that. If I went into a medical clinic or a store, or just, visibly in the street, I did notice, we'll start with Seattle. I noticed even back then that so many overweight people, not just the women, but the women, they were really pounding the sidewalks. You could almost feel the vibration when they walked. You see, what happened since the last time I've been there? This whole world, they're getting obese, owe it to bad choices of foods, fast food places make it convenient for you to eat. You don't have to cook, but now you're paying the price for it, not just with the weight, but fast food places are so expensive now I don't know what the hell they're charging for McDonald's in America. I hear all these prices. A hamburger could cost you $10 or something. I don't know, like a Big Mac or something, or fries could cost you $4 or something. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever noticed in any restaurant, if you ordered, let's just say you ordered some orange juice. You want to have some orange juice with your breakfast, a glass of orange juice. Do you realize how much you were paying for that orange? It might even cost more than some part of your meal. That's why they try to push beverages on you all the time. Everybody taking advantage of each other. Welcome to the real world, folks. Who isn't, right? Everything's about money and power. But I could understand if you're a shut-in. I guess Heidi is kind of a shut-in in a way. Same way as a person who has no legs or something and they can't go anywhere. They're just stuck in the house. It's not much different from that. They will do these elaborate, long YouTube shows, live shows. She knows the ins and outs, live streaming. She knows all these technical things. She knows how to put this through an application of music together that could use their names and sounds like somebody's singing it just for them. And they are. It's an AI thing, and it's a program they use. And any one of you could do that too if you get the right application. You could come up with a nifty little song. Just you punch in, I guess, key words such as the people's names and other elements and they could, this AI type of thing, whatever the hell it is, could actually put a song together for you. Let's see. Ken Unger says, just in the last 20 years, the weight of the women in the fields has exploded due to I have seen it since I've lived in there. That's not 20 years. I'm out here about 9.5, I guess. And I've noticed it, all the way around, really. But when you got more opportunities for fast food, and you got more, if you're going to stay on that rice diet and stuff, the fish is okay. I approve of, I don't eat fish really, but I approve of the fish. Certain fish, I think, is healthy for them, but not, the salted fish. I mean, that's terrible. That'll deal with blood pressure issues. Salted, and of course, all the oily food. But we're not going to hang on that subject. That's all part of the scenario out here, but that's contributing, at least out here in the Philippines anyway, That we could definitely say, but, oh yeah, fried chicken, absolutely. No doubt about that. But I did notice, so I was in Seattle at the time, and I couldn't help noticing and had to comment on it. All right, then I was in Hawaii, and I went back for that 14 months, I think. I got stuck there. Fortunately, I managed to take care of some business while I was there, and that was great, so I did accomplish something. I made lemonade out of lemons. All good, all good. But while I was out there, it was the same thing. On the streets, people in cars, people in a medical clinic. And my brother was in the clinic once with me at the time, and we were watching. I escorted him over there, and I was watching people coming in and out. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. 90%. It was a busy little clinic. 90% of the people, and they were locals, that walked in that clinic door, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. They were so overweight. One woman came in, she had legs like a fucking trunk of a tree. They were so big. Her ass was like, like I always say, needs its own zip code, it's so big. I said, what am I looking at here? My brother, we turned to each other and kind of snicker. We don't say nothing because he could hear us in there, We could talk about it later on, but we'd look at each other and just kind of snicker. But yeah, that's a major problem. See, here's what's going on. The world was doing very good health-wise, and they were, more people were quitting smoking and stuff like that, and more people were starting to get into healthy diets. People were living longer, good medicine, all that stuff, and people were living longer. But then things took a turn as more and more fast food joints were coming around, and people were just getting more lazy. They didn't want to cook, and they were going to all these fast food places. things made a big turnaround. Now, even in India, which is known for generally a lot of thin people, that did a big turnaround. Now, I've never been to India, but I've seen documentaries and stuff about that subject in itself. You'll find a lot of Indian guys pretty big and women. It's never been like that. Now, you would think in India there's a lot of starvation, and there is, according to where you are. I don't know, New Delhi and big place, millions and millions of people, and a lot of people such low income, barely surviving. There's real famine in India, but yet in India, their health habits are terrible. They bathe and wash clothes in the was it the Ganges River, and they have a lot of tanneries around that river too, and all that chemical from the leather tanneries are going into the river. Human waste even going there, and their kids are playing around in that water, recreational, and they're fishing, It's what people do. I know a lot of people find it hard to believe, but that's what they do in India. I don't know when that river was ever. There's supposed to be trying to be some recovery efforts and try to clean up the Ganges, but I don't think that's worked that well. But getting back to the briefly on the weight thing, so I seem to cover this quite a bit on my show because it seems to be a big issue, and I'm realizing it more and more as I look at YouTubers and I see their weight, and I'm astounded by this. Why am I not like that? I'm not. I got a fairly good weight because I rarely ever eat any potato chips. Just the other night, she had some snacks. There was some kind of something in a bag, maybe made of potato. I don't know what it was made of. I did have some of that. Very rare. It's you don't see me buying Fritos corn chips, Lay's potato chips. That's a rarity around here. Last night I got hungry. I had an apple. That was a healthy thing to snack on. I couldn't find it. Or peanut butter. Peanut butter's got of both. But it's got the kind of fats in there that are good for you, but it's also highly caloric. But I still haven't gained a lot of weight as a result of that. I have not. If I can do it, why can't everybody else do it? I mean, I'm eating good. I eat, but I get creative too. What's around the house or what's not around the house, because maybe we didn't do a lot of shopping. We eat a lot of chicken. That's for damn sure. Chicken is what we survive on, really. We have, we'll eat ground beef, when we have it. You can't get any good ground beef around. It's all 70, 80% fat, whatever. The best thing to do is drain it as much as you can. As long as you don't eat too much of it. You can eat that, but not a lot of it. I don't eat fish, and I don't really eat pork. So, basically, predominantly, the meat that I eat is chicken. I'm surprised I don't grow feathers. Chicken, and more chicken. Chicken here, chicken there. Chicken everywhere. But I'll eat home roasted chicken or whatever. I don't like the stuff that they sell on the food stands. I certainly don't like, what is that? Nooks to go? Oh, chooks to go. I don't like the taste of that at all. It's pretty nasty. I can't really eat it. But anyway, that's how I noticed. I've been noticing that more and more. Obesity is. You can't tell people what to do. They're going to eat their pork. They're going to eat their rice. They're going to blow up. They're going to blow up like crazy. But you can't force anybody to go away from their cultural eating habits. That's an impossibility. From childhood, you learn that's what you eat. Well, and you also learn that you eat what's on the table, or you don't eat at all. That's just the way it is. It was like that in me growing up. I was in a poor family. We ate good, though, I can't say we didn't eat good, but there were lean times, that we ate what she had to cook. If it was pea soup, I actually like pea soup now. If I could find some good pea soup or make it, but pea soup, There's even times she was cooking liver with onion, and I don't like liver. I don't want to eat an organ like that. It's very healthy though, but it filters out shit. I mean, how do you eat that stuff? It filters out shit. It's just nasty. Oh, didn't look at them. I mean, people out here, they eat chicken feet. They eat every part of the animal they eat out here. A sustenance, sometimes it's sustenance living. And that's not the only culture that does that. I don't even remember what my first topic was. It was just Heidi and see how I veer off? This is a point anybody would listen to my show because I could cover such territory. And I could save these other topics for another day, but I seem to get many topics in just on one show alone. It just happens, you know. That's the way my mind thinks. It's always busy. That's why I don't sleep well at night, part of it. My mind is always busy, busy, busy as a bee. You got to tame that beast. You got to whip it. You got to tame it. But choreography on here, I mean, what do you think Ricky's show is all about? He's talking about every other YouTuber that's going on, putting his nose in their business. That's drama. And that's what Ricky's looking for. That's what Heide and George are looking for. It's not by accident they do this. A lot of them are willing to make the biggest fool out of themselves just to get viewers and get donations. I'm not willing to do that. I could be an asshole once in a while, that's for damn sure. But I don't act like these people. I'll put humor into something, but balanced out with fact. That's the difference. I don't make up shit about people just to have a show. Like the trolls do. Comes out of my mind, and it's real. It's all based on everything I've heard and seen. That's what I go on. That's where I get my information. I don't make it up in my head and make up these hellacious stories. I don't have to. And I have good imagination too, and I could really get imaginative if I really want to on my show and just come up with a whole lot of different shit that don't seem to make any fucking sense at all. That's why I can't listen to a lot of these shows anymore, because I could only limit my time. Unless I want to fall asleep during the day. I've listened to some shows where I was just kind of casually kicking it back, and I'm like, you know, ask her, she knows, you know. I'm like, I start nodding out. And whether it's like the monotonous voice of somebody or topic matter, it'll put you to sleep. And many times I found myself with the phone just falling out of my hand. I was listening to somebody, and the phone falls out of my hand. It just falls right out of my hand while I was listening to somebody. Falls to the floor. Surprised the phone isn't broken by now. How many times I've actually listened to somebody, and I just kind of nodded off, and the phone just fell right out of my hand on the floor. Happens quite a bit. But yeah, I think it's all choreographed on Philippines Antics. Then this Mike in the Philippines guy, him and Janet, you know. Oh, jeez. He's on every single day. He's also on every single day. I'm on a lot, but he's on every day. Always has something to talk about, but the difference is that this Mike guy, I guess he's just turned my age. Who the hell looks better, me or Mike? That's an easy one to answer. He's my age now. He just turned 71. And you could look at him and say, yeah, he looks his age. Okay, he had heart problems too, by the way, if you didn't know that. I'm putting that on the side burner. He repeats a lot of the same shit over and over again. And I talk about this on my show quite a bit, actually. Or shall I say, I make note of it. You're not missing anything. You're not missing anything at all. But the majority of these people, the ones that we hear of a lot, always in trouble and coming up with these really stupid shows, they run out of things to talk about after a while. And I call it rehashing old hash. And I'm rehashing old hash right now by talking about it. So I'm not saying I don't do it. I do. But just to kind of bring it up and make a note of it. Make a note of it, you know. It's the same shit, different day. But they feel that they have to do this. It's an obligation. I don't feel an obligation to be on here. They're obligated to be on their shows because they're relying on the income from the YouTube show. A lot of them are heavily reliant on it. And Mike, what the hell, Mike's Philippines Retirement, is that it? Yeah. His wife is Janet, that's the one. Yeah. Then we got this British guy, you know. Hello, all you lovely people. That one, you know. I'll listen to him now and then. But he, it's the same thing too. It's not, his thing is that, one of the other things I noticed is that the other things they do is a back and forth thing. They're promoting the Philippines, but they're kind of on guard about it and how dangerous it is, and don't do this and don't do that, or I hate when this happens, and I find that this happens all the time, and they're really negating everything about the Philippines, but then, you know, they turn their head. But it's a lovely place. But it's a lovely place. They don't even know what they want to talk about. They don't even know. They ad-lib a lot of stuff. And they catch themselves, or maybe they don't catch themselves in mistakes because they're promoting something and negating it at the same time. That's something I've noticed on here. I tell it like it is. I tell you the good and the bad that I find about the Philippines. If it didn't have any good, I wouldn't be here at all, not just for my girlfriend. I mean, I got to be comfortable out here. A lot of times I'm not comfortable. And, you know, she'll hear me complain about certain things, about the Philippines or some of the Philippines people. Not all the time, but there are different topics that come up, and I say, I can't believe they do this, or this pisses me off about what somebody did, or how they do things out here. But again, it's not my culture. And basically, the truth is, we don't have a right to complain at all. None. It isn't our country. Their culture carries on without us, before us being here. They practice their culture. And you come in here and you can't think you're going to change the Philippines. That you're finding a lot of fault with the Philippines. Well, get used to it. There is a lot of fault with the Philippines. They're a developing nation. But don't expect it to be like your hometown, whether you came from Britain or America, wherever. It's not the same. Just kind of feed that into your brain when you have a problem out here, like, you know, how things move slowly. Otherwise, you're going to stress out like crazy. Just figure that things are not perfect out here. And it's not like your country, and it wasn't built like your country. They are far behind the times with technology, internet, infrastructure. Once you just realize that and accept it, it makes it a lot easier to deal with it. And there is a lot to deal with out here. Pollution, sanitation, hygienics. There's a lot to deal with out here. But it's not our culture. You can't go on a soapbox, and yell at all these people with a megaphone and say, you're doing it all wrong. You'll get arrested for that. Or you get some rocks thrown at you, or maybe a knife in your back. You can't do that. Not in this country you can't, because I'll tell you, they've seen blood, they're desensitized to it. You piss somebody off out here, it could be a bloody mess later on. It could be your neighbors, it don't matter. It just doesn't matter. The lowest profile you could keep in a town you're in, and keep friendly with the people. Don't do anything wrong to anybody locally, and you'll be okay. I think you will. I'm sure you will. But when you make yourself too known, you're too out there, and you're going to be argumental in the streets. I've seen many things in the street. I started to almost talk loud purposely, and maybe I wanted somebody to hear me. Like, fuck this shit. or whatever, something happened, and Gilda would say, shh, you can't talk like that out here. Numerous times that's happened. So I try to keep that under control. We could talk about that privately later on. That's better off. But you can't do that out here. You got to watch everything you say because people are listening. And maybe you think they don't understand your English. But I guarantee you, I bet they do. And some people with the nosebleed, you may talk to them and, they don't have fluent English. My girlfriend's not fluent English, but a lot of them don't. Perhaps if you were born in the city, you probably have better English. I mean, listen to, I don't know, Filipina P has beautiful English. There's a few other vloggers or guests on some people's shows that I've heard that had wonderful English. It's really according to where they were growing up. In a big city, they went to good schools, whatever, family upbringing, whatever it was. But the truth is, a lot of provincial girls don't have the best English in the world. But again, you got to keep on telling yourself, remember, it's not their first language, it's a second language. The fact that they speak English at all, rejoice. You could be in another country where, they don't really speak a hell of a lot of English. You're going to have a hard time, but be grateful. And even a lot of the newscasters and politicians, they're either speaking, what do you call that, Taglish or straight English. They're using it, though. And that really influences other Filipinos that, to push the English language even more and more, which is great. Because more and more people will be talking English, you feel more comfortable. Not everybody wants to speak, and they'll pretend they don't understand you, but they just don't want to have to just find the words. It's because it's a chore. The same as me, if I was trying to learn a language, I would have to think, oh God, what are the words for this? Or what's the sentence for this? As you get older, it's really hard to learn. When you're young, your brain is like a sponge. It takes it all in. Look at these little kids. They learn fantastic English just from listening going on the internet. They're learning it from there. They're not even learning it from a teacher. One of her grandchildren, Dylan, right? Yeah. He speaks really good English, and he understands everything he's saying. And with a motor mouth, he could talk. He's a smart kid. Smarter than his age. And he speaks perfectly good English, really. From what not everybody can do that. But before I end it here, because it's getting close to lunch, I'm not sure what I'm eating. I think a lot of stuff on here is totally choreographed for the very purpose of getting the viewers and stuff. I mean, everybody from Jasper, who puts on this big facade of being Mr. Knowledgeable about the culture and the girlfriends. Well, if you've seen the guy, which you have, and you know that he doesn't look like the kind of guy that would get a lot of women. And there's a thing about his personality. He had this one girl over there. I remember, I don't even watch the show, but in the past I did a little bit. He had a woman over, but she basically said that she could not be in a relationship with him as a boyfriend because he's too, I don't know what she was saying. His ways, anyway, didn't mesh with hers. I mean, he was too out there or too rude or disrespectful in some ways to women. So he might make some women friends or something, but I can't see Jasper in a real relationship. She'd have to be a pretty fucked up chick to be with him. Of course, that's just my opinion. Agree with me or not, but you can make your own assessments of people just by watching their show, and you know whether or not they're really getting girlfriends or not. People like Jasper will, talk about women he's had, this and that. I don't really think Jasper spends more time trying to photograph women on the beach and stuff like that than he'll actually be on the dating scene. So, believe what you want on here. Believe what you want. I know what I hear, and I can put two and two together and figure out, are these people really getting the women? Well, unless they pay for them. And even that's not guaranteed, as we know. Some people go through some dry spells where they can't even buy a woman. And we could name somebody with that, couldn't we? That's sad alone that you have to buy a woman for that night or for that week, for the month, whatever. But, it's all for show. Everything is choreography on the show. They're going to purposely talk about other people to respond. So you can have something to talk about. That's pretty much what it's all about. They need something to talk about. So let's talk about somebody on YouTube. Let's talk about Frank. Let's talk about whoever. They need material. And when things are running dry on that market, they just come up with somebody and, come up with another show and change it around a little bit. All the insults and come up with new ones. Make up new stuff that never happened. It's, they're attention whores. So yeah, I think if you had listened to Philippines Antics show today, I'm thoroughly convinced that that was all choreographed. I mean, they're always arguing with each other on the show, but that's part of it. Then this one here, they were really getting kind of into it. And Heidi was being Heidi. I think she's probably really like that, though. I don't see the match, first of all, between them. But they're both, kind of fucktards anyway. Maybe there's a match in some ways, but I don't see any man that can be with somebody like her. It's not just her size. That's not just a size, guys. She's a motor mount. And she's very brassy, and she can be very rude and crude, and very much a Karen. She is a Karen. But there are male Karens too. Don't have to be a woman to be a Karen. We got them all out there. All right, with that being said, I'm going to get off this thing here and figure whatever I'm going to have for lunch. Yeah, we did several shows today and some uploads. Oh, okay. I was going to say, before I say anything here, okay, yikes. Philippine expat YouTubers need to step up their game. YouTubers in Vegas are shooting each other over. Yes, someone was saying that earlier. Yeah. Somebody wrote me on my comment on another show I had on and said that this is what it's coming down to on here. But it's not just YouTube. It's our society. It's off YouTube also. This is happening outside of YouTube, on social media, off social media. Nobody's getting along with each other. They're finding fault with each other. I don't know if it's the socioeconomic situations going on. I'm sure that contributes to it. I don't have an answer to that. I think hard times create hard crust. People get crusty, they get moody, they get irritated. Yeah. See, and I was going to talk about something, okay. I was looking at Barry's pseudo-girlfriend, and she had to put on there that somebody sent her a bouquet of flowers. Oh, how nice. Now, I doubt that the cockroach said it. Although he's still trying to keep her in his life despite his unfixable situation, shall I say. But I think that people are seeing that it's not going to happen with him and her. And perhaps, just perhaps, she may have some admirers out there. You want sloppy seconds, whatever, but every woman is a sloppy second. They've been with other men, let's face it. Unless they've been a saint all their life, then we all have what you want to call sloppy seconds. Well, what are you? You've had sex with women, you're a sloppy second to the women. Let's face it, face reality. Don't put it all on the women, sloppy seconds, really. But now that people are seeing that it's just not going to be a future between those two. Obviously, how could there be? What channel I took? Philippine Antics. Philippines Antics. That's who I was originally talking about on here, actually. Oh, you mean who I'm talking about? Life of a Filipina. That's Barry's pseudo-girlfriend. And she got this bouquet of flowers. And she said, thanks, Dido. Dido, actually, I thought it was a person, but it's not a person. Dido means like referring to this. Thank you for this. Dido is this. But then if you click on Dido, it'll take you to somebody's channel, singer or something named Dido or something. I don't know. You'll see what I mean. So everybody get a ticket. Everybody get their tickets here. It's going to be a long line, huh? They see the availability of her right now. I mean, everybody's their own taste, you know. I won't say anything more than that. My mouth will get me in trouble. It usually does. So I won't say anything more than that. But I'm just saying that knowing Barry's situation, pretty much an open market for her. And rightfully it should. You know, you're getting older. And as a woman gets older out here, it becomes harder and harder to find a man. Especially if you like foreigners, it's going to be even harder. Because obviously the expats that come out here, they want the youngest stuff that they could possibly get. And a woman around 40, 41, to these expats, that's just too goddamn old. Because they were too spoiled with these young Filipinos, man. And they think somebody that's 40 or even 50, think they're old. They're not old. And look at your age. You're 60, 70, 80 years old. What are you? You're going to say a 50-year-old is an old lady to you if you're like 20 years her senior? And it goes by other factors too. I mean, some guys are in their 70s and they got like an 18-year-old girl. I mean, look at the age gap on that shit. It's pretty big, isn't it? Yeah, I would say so. But I think, oh, what am I touching here on this phone? Sorry, I had a little glitch on here for a second. Yeah. I mean, you see some couples on here that you don't even know how they're together, really. And, you know, some people say it's all for the money. I think for a lot of it, it is, let's be honest with you, mostly with the age gap shit that everybody and their grandmother and myself talks about on here. Sure, it has a lot to do with it. I mean, why wouldn't a Filipino want to have a good Filipino man? Or even a father that's her own age, and they can grow old together. They could have children together, be able to raise them, because the guy's not going to be dead in 10 years or something, you know. Something to think about. So it has to be something about support. I mean, it has to be. In every relationship there is. I mean, if you were Filipino, even if you had a job, and you don't even need a man's money, but do you really want a father that doesn't have an income? I mean, he has to contribute too. You get a woman that has a job, you know, good job, and she don't necessarily need a foreigner's money. But when she chooses a foreigner, she has to make a judgment and say, well, look, I'm not going to be supporting him, not the way I was raised. Generally, a man supports a woman. In this culture, that's what you see a lot of it. It's not always the case. Sometimes the women are working jobs and the husbands are sitting home drinking their beer and having their tanduay. And you see a lot of that going on. She goes out and gets a job and he lays home and just gets drunk. That's very common out here. But a woman is going to look for a man that has some kind of an income. Because what if she loses her job if she happens to have a job? You're going to have to live on something. If he's not working and has such a small income, how are you going to survive? Every woman wants to step up. I'll be that parrot and I'll be redundant. Make a point and say it again. Every woman wants to step up from where they were, and you can't blame them. Okay, all these Hollywood, okay, let's say all these starlets out there, you know, who would they rather be? A guy with a lot of success, he's making money, he's a singer, rock artist, whatever the hell he is. And she has a choice between some poor guy, but he's a really nice guy. A really nice guy. He probably has a lot in common with her. But a lot of times, when she's been living a less than great lifestyle, she's going to think, well, nice is good, and he's a nice guy. Yeah, nice guys finish last. Nice guy. But this guy got tons of money. I could live this elegant lifestyle and travel, and this guy just can't do it for me. I know how it is because my father didn't make a lot of money. My mother left him for another guy. Her friends were buying houses and stuff. We weren't getting anywhere. But then again, she wound up with a guy that wasn't too much better income-wise than my father. Well, a little better. But it was a step up. It was a step up. It happens. It happens. So Filipinos, they want to step up too. They come from a poor family, many of them, not all of them. They figure like this, I'm never going anywhere in my life. So if I want to meet a man, I want to meet a man, he's got a decent income. We could live in a decent place, you know, real running water in a sink and stove, a real stove and a real toilet and all this. A good roof over the head, some nice furnishings, a lot of amenities for comfort. Who wouldn't want that? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you all? Okay, well, that's the way they think. And you can't blame them. Why should you blame them? They're not all gold diggers. Some of them just want to live a little better lifestyle, one or two steps up, and they're very happy. But they don't want to marry a bum, especially one that's borrowing money off everybody and e-begging for money on a YouTube show. We know somebody who definitely does that. Who certainly made a career out of it. Okay, enough said. I got to move on. You guys have a good one. And remember, a lot of choreography on here. More than you think. And there's always a rhyme and reason why they do it. They want the subs. They want the extra money they can make on their YouTube for AdSense and so forth. They'll say and do the craziest shit on here to get that attention. And some of them depend on that money. So they got to make shit up, choreograph things. They got to make their show exciting. What can I do? Put some good-looking girls on there? That'll get a lot of viewers. Oh, that's a great idea. They've been doing that for years. Bring other famous guests on their show to draw other people. Or just create controversy. That's how they do it. There you go. You learned something if you didn't figure it out by yourself.
Why did you decide just to step back? Steve's response is as follows. I quit because of the drama from certain groups of people out there that love to take away one's peace. Also, many of the expats I've helped have issues, and not good issues, and they bring those issues into everyone's lives in a bad way. They cause tons of issues in the expat community that they live in. I can attest to this, which is one reason why in Philippines, I had a very small circle of American friends. My larger circle was of Filipinos and of other countries, but mostly Filipinos. So yes, Steve stepped back because he was just tired. This is the first part of the question. He was just tired of the drama. So the second question I asked Steve is...
Today's a full day of videos and video shorts and live streams and whatever. But to get all the information out, I'm not going to separate it into different days, but I'd rather get everything out today. I got projects going on here. I got a video that's uploading right now. I told you the uploads take an awfully long time. Of our new project, which is creating another kind of a water septic. Now it's been decided that we have to create a whole new septic. And you'll see on camera, unbelievable shit, on how shallow that septic hole was for the gray water. Let's call it gray water. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't even 6 inches deep, and it was, you'll have to see the video to believe it. Of course, on the video I was talking about a lot of other stuff too, as I usually do. But there's all kinds of topics today coming from my channel, a lot of vlogging, uploads, or shorts, whatever. Kind of displaying the project we're going through with this water. It's not over yet, because we're going to show more as it progresses. And once we do that, then, well, you're going to hear what I have to say afterwards. Steve from Philippines Information Channel, he's been off for a while, so his colleague, who basically took over kind of his show, the original, he's living in America, and it's very explanatory. He gives the reason that why Steve is off YouTube, okay? And I can't disagree with Steve. That's what I think about Steve. I'm kind of midline with him. I think Steve was just looking for friendships, and I think a lot of people do that. And they get really involved with their show and feel like they have to deliver this information all the time. I think by nature, Steve is kind of like wants to be a helpful person. But as Steve, you will hear mention on the reasons, it's an upload that's coming up right now. It's a short, and his buddy will explain and answer the questions. And this is a short, so it doesn't answer all the questions. You'll have to go to that guy's channel to hear the rest of it, actually. So that's what you'll have to do. But I mean, it makes sense what this guy Steve has to say. He found out that most people he was dealing with had a lot of mental issues as well. We certainly know that on YouTube in this genre in the Philippines. A lot of mental issues on here. It's as clear as a bell. There's no question about it. What now?
Let's go.
As it turns out, I have to go anyway. My God, we're going to be doing a lot of shows. It's just to complete this day worth of things I want to finish saying. I'm going to finish saying what I need to. I got a ride waiting. We got to pick up some supplies. We got a big project going on here. It's going to cost a little more money than I thought, but you know we need to have it done. And we're going to go into this. We're going to go into something about me and YouTube, and I'm going to do this later. But I have an upload that's going to show what's going on with this project, what we discovered, and why we have to dig a whole new pit there for the water, as far as the call it a septic for the gray water. Lots to talk about. Steve quitting YouTube and why, projects going on here, and my ideology about this whole YouTube thing. That's coming later. So there's going to be a lot of, before the day is over, I've done uploads or live since this morning. It's okay, as long as I get the information out. Okay, we're out of here. Okay, well, here we go. Project to show you at least what we're doing with this shit, with the water. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably filled to the top.
How about, sir, you hold it, son, to about buy the hardware, clean out.
What, some rebar maybe, or
Clean out this and then.
where do I buy that?
Hole, the hole.
You talking about the handle? You mean the handle?
No, no handle is.
So what do you?
About it is separate is a hole.
Oh, the hole.
Hole, yes. About it's so finish. You put this in PVC pipe, clean out. About you pull, you open.
Who would have that?
About this, about my wife, sir, talking about.
Who?
You talking this? Are you remember?
The guy up the block?
Yeah.
I don't talk to him. Well, let's get in there and take a look. And all right, I was trying to make an interpretation on what he wanted. I have to ask Gilda. He always comes with that mask on, which is, if this is America, it'd be kind of ominous. I mean, but he always wears that black mask no matter where he goes. Kind of strange. I don't even know what his face looks like, to be honest with you. I try to get Gilda out here to get an understanding of. Okay, what he wants. I'm gonna make a hole in there, but it's got to be a way of, we're creating a little pull-out top on there so you get in and out of there. So, hold on a second. Okay, after conferring with The very lovely Gilda. I'm going to try to get an interpretation here, besides buying some cement we're going to need to do. The beginning, at the begin.
Lungag, nga 4.
Oh.
Sunod oras ko, pasiyo pa naman na ako na
Oh.
sa water pump.
Okay.
Tapos, humana, tabunan na to palit na og clean out nga PVC. Para pull na,
Unsa nga PVC ka nang?
PVC nga 4. Clean out ba? Clean out.
Oh.
Ara siya thread.
Ay, katong murag kuanda siya ka nang. Unsa na?
Para ano,
Okay, quattro, 4 of them, whatever it is.
para
That I
pull
got.
na, ma'am. Pull na siya.
Okay, let's see.
Ayoko na lang kakainin.
Oo. Yung pala yan ni ma'am ba?
Hindi namin lagyan.
No.
Like
Ano
this.
siya? Like this. Clean
Oh,
out,
like
clean out.
a cover.
Yeah,
Cover.
clean out.
Oh, a clean out cover. Okay, now I got
cover.
you. Now I got you.
Okay.
Have to be some kind of special kind, or just one of these? I mean,
It's like that, so if they pull, so they just use
some kind of a cover, yeah.
yeah.
It's according to how big the hole
Full,
is.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Full
okay.
naman
Okay, we need a couple of kilos of cement, and we're going to need one of those screw tops on there just to get access to the damn thing, because the way this was, there was no, usually you'll see like a piece of rebar that's bent over into the concrete and you can just pull it up, and that's not the way they made this when they did that. Okay, so they're going to try to cut a hole in there.
Yeah.
It'd have to be a small one then.
That's, that I would very cut there.
Well, the ones we were looking at, the valve covers, were quite a large. I guess they're going to pump this stuff out, yeah.
Yeah, they just pump.
No, we don't need that right away, but very soon, though, so we should...
About next time, you pull, you have to try.
Right.
Try.
Mm-hmm.
Proper brush.
Gotcha.
Pressure.
All right, there we go. Just gotta cut around that hole and make an access point. So don't really have to cut all the concrete off, like they did once before. Make an access hole, they could stick a pump in the damn thing, and they could, I gotta get away from this, I don't want it jumping in my eyes. Nor do I want to breathe this shit in, so I'm gonna go away. Okay, so we're gonna have to basically go to the hardware store here. Yeah, you can't breathe that shit in. He's been, it's all in the air. You don't want to breathe that crap in. So it's a better thing to do. We don't need a hatch on there. You need a damn hole to get access, and you put a pump in there and you pump the damn shit out, So it's not a big, it's not a big job after all, so thank goodness for that. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna leave this thing on my recording here so I could actually come back to where I started on this. All right, take a look at the progress. We're about to go to the hardware store here. We're gonna get cement and everything we need. Oh, that's pretty thick, isn't it? Yeah, they made some pretty thick concrete on there. They absolutely did. What the hell is all this? Oh, you removed the PVC? Was that from this? That was from this? That came from this? Oh, I didn't notice. Okay. I didn't notice at all. I was inside. I don't know. In other news, well, I'm getting ready to run to the hardware store. I did get some good news about something today. Unfortunately, I can't share with you. It has nothing to do with Barry. Barry's situation is not going to change. It just kind of amazes me, though, and I don't mean to be off topic, but I always am. That's not going to change. But it just seems to me that if a woman really loves a man, she really wants to help him out, he's in a bad situation, she's in prison, and to get all these bills paid, if his so-called supporters are not helping him, I would just logically think that, her family would kick in. Logically think that the family would kick in and raise it, because you're talking about maybe how much? $250 to me 250 court, that's 500,000 is maybe another 600,000 owed to the immigration, maybe another 60. When you add it all up, and I didn't do the math on it, I'm just thinking out of my head right now, that's not an extremely large amount of money to come up with. If it was a very poor Filipino family, which I don't have the belief that the family is poor, or why were they not willing to help Barry? And that's the number one question I've had on my mind, and I think a lot of people have had on their mind too. Why are they not helping him out? I do remember Barry saying in the past that, no, I don't have the family's back. They don't have my back or whatever, something like that. And gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. Maybe they surmise something that we're not familiar or been told, that they realize that this guy's been nothing but trouble. They just don't want to get involved with it. But it's also, as I talked about, I'm just killing time before I wait for my driver here, by the way. Saving face, having to do with saving face. They don't really want the whole community to know everything about Barry and what he's done and everything else. So don't forget, by Barry's own admittance one time, he did say that the family, most of the family, not all, but most of the family, and it could be the whole family for all I know, they were all thinking that he was in America going to work or something, to go back to America for a while. And I think they were kind of under that impression to do so, and I think that's what it's all about. But I think that they pretty much caught on. I don't know how they couldn't. All they had to do was, look up Barry on YouTube and listen to his shows and how vile he was, and make their own determination from there. So I don't think they're stupid. I don't think the family's stupid at all. I just don't think they want to get involved in Barry's affair as it relates to their sister, daughter, whatever she might be, to anyone in the family. And I think it's they just don't want to get involved in that. It's saving face in the community, I think. And a lot of Filipinos are like that. There's nothing new about that. That's common knowledge. But that could be happening, I think, in this particular case. Anyway, enough about Barry. Just thought I'd kind of mention that, just to kill a little time here while I'm waiting for my ride. But he won't be out until he meets his obligations, and don't buy all these stories that he's back home in Alabama. He's just trying to, get my goat or something, or the viewers. And he's not going anywhere as far as I can see. There's no way he could unless he meets his obligations, court-ordered stuff. And that's the bottom line with it. So if you're ever wondering what's really going on, that's what's really going on. He'll be in there as long as it takes. If he's not getting any help from viewers, contributors, her family, and that's the thing I'm emphasizing, her family, why are they not helping him if they believe in him? And he always says the family loves him and all that stuff. Well, if they did, he would have their backing, and he'd be out of jail and he'd be on his way home. Then they have to think of other things too, logically. Well, if he's not going to be able to come back in the country again, why should they put any expenditures out? It doesn't benefit Barry's girlfriend at all if he can't come back, and she's not going to be able to make it into the States to be with him and live a long, happy life. It's just so I guess all these elements together pretty much spell out exactly what's going on. You could deduct this for yourself. You don't need me to tell you that, but that's pretty much, I think, what the scene really is that's going on. There's no investment. They're never going to get their money back from him, and if it was a loan, they know that. At the same time, if they're not going to be able to be together, and what is the whole point? And I think the family, and I can't speak for them, of course, but I'm just kind of deducting and speculating the situation, that I would imagine that that's exactly what's going on with this situation. So it's a no-win for Barry. It's a no-win for her, really. And even though she's got a complaint on me, which again was so uncool, there's not even any words to describe it. What she did was terribly wrong, and one way or the other, she's going to pay for it, legally or consciously or morally or whatever. Whatever happens. I mean, it was wrong, just to satisfy Barry and to satisfy anybody who might have been involved with this complaint and any alleged possible enticement that could have been involved with this. Is he here yet? No. Any allegedly, I have to use that word, alleged involvement with other people out there that could have allegedly enticed her into doing this said complaint. So when you put this all together, it comes out to be a pretty clear picture of what's been happening with this. So bottom line, is it fair that she's doing what she did? No, it isn't, because the facts were falsified. It really was. And I'm not saying this just to defend myself. She did not present any factual evidence. And I've read the report, 10 times at least. And, my lawyer, of course, read it and said the same thing. It's just no factual evidence that's going to, that should put me in a position. And it is a lousy position because there's an administrative hold, which is unfair to me because I always pay my visas and everything I need to do. Always on time, but I'm being forced not to, which is going to run up my bill a little bit. It ain't going to be a whole lot, but it's something. Until we can actually straighten this matter out, one way or the other, it'll be straightened out. And it might be a little bit of a tooth and nail involved. Is he here?
You look up there.
Oh, okay, I gotta go for it. Okay, we're gonna take a quick look before we go anywhere. I think he opened up a hole on here. All right, let's take a look at this thing.
That one, it's not big. Just like that.
Black.
Yeah.
What's all that black?
I don't know.
It's that full? You're not even...
It's not far. Just it's not
That
big.
stick ain't even... Look at this stick. It's not even going down.
Bato na.
Dili si okay. Kana raman ko na siya sa kwan sa hugasan.
This tank can't be that shallow. It just can't be that shallow. No.
Gibuhat na siguro na mabaw na siguro ka.
What are we talking? 6 inches? No,
No, not 6. Oh, like that
Look,
lang. Oh.
look.
Wag gani mga ruler.
Wala, that's it. One, the quad, 12 inch.
What's there to pump out, really? I mean, right? I don't know. This changes things over a little bit here. Look at this. Let me.
Bato na na.
This thing is almost solid. How is that even possible? How's that possible? Look. Look, look, look.
The old one.
What? There's nothing to pump out. So where's the water going from my sink?
Gangit na ko ma.
Where's it going?
Kami sa dire.
Interesting development here.
Siya kana. Pwede naman siya ilargo lang dito.
Ilargo na lang na siya, no?
Dito. Magbuhat og 14 120 kwadrado ba? Ito mitisan niya lang. Ito yawid to.
20 na sa kanya.
1 meter. Okay ra.
So what do we got to do
1
now?
meter kwadrado.
Yeah, make a septic again.
We have to what?
Make a septic.
We have to make another septic?
Yeah.
What?
Because that one is now.
Naman na.
Oh my God. One thing leads to another song. One thing leads to another. Welcome to the Philippines. That thing is solid as a rock in here, man. Take a look at this, folks, again. One more time. Look at the length of the stick. Look. This thing, what? Boom. 6 inches. And it's solid as a rock. How is that even... Well, where has the water been... Asking, where's the water been going all this time? If it's that shallow... Gilda?
Ilibil lang siya. Pwede lang yung dire. I-flat lang ba? Para sa na, may kapok ka
Okay, if I can get their attention.
Pwede dire, pwede dire.
Okay, Gilda.
Pwede ka dire.
The question is to ask him, where's all this water going from the
I don't
runoff
know,
if it's that solid in here? Where's it going? It has to be going somewhere. We use a lot of water every day.
Extension ba sila?
Well, one thing is going to turn into a project, a big project. So where is the water going? It has to be going somewhere. And now we got to find a spot here to make a new septic. So we bought the house. This was already here. Okay. To let you know, this was already here. So, and this has been here, I mean, all this time. This, this is like over 13 years old or whatever it might be, over 13 years old. Okay, do we still need to go to the what are we gonna need now?
We need the cement to cover.
Maybe more cement, and we still got to cover that up. Yeah. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Now over here somewhere we have to create another septic for this, for the water now. Not the regular septic tank, mind you, we just come in on this. We have a regular septic for all the other waste, human waste and stuff. This is for like the water. And I showed you this earlier. Comes out of the sink behind that window, comes through that pipe there. And that orange PVC, it flows through there. That's theoretically, well, it flows to that tank. But where's it going? And how could it be so solid in there? All the time, where has the water been going? That's the question. Where has the water been going? Going to show my neighbor this. Check this out. Check this out. Look, here's a stick.
That's as far as it goes.
What, 7 inches? Look, it's solid as a rock. So the question is, where has all this water been going?
It couldn't have been dispersing.
Dispersed somehow, but I don't.
The ground, like dispersing into the ground. But if that's
The
solid
mystery
there,
continues.
is that just in there? Is that just a
Look.
solid?
Look. That's solid as a rock. This tank should go down. But don't forget, this is the original tank. This is the original tank here. The original tank that was here since this place was built, I guess. You're talking of 13, 15 years, however old this place is, right? Could it have gotten that solid? Like that?
No way.
Look, a bunch of black stuff came out when they first took this out. It was all over the stick.
When it goes that far, don't get it'll be out there anyway, won't it?
So it must be somehow seeping out somewhere. It has to go somewhere. Because we use our kitchen water all the time. So many times a day I can't even count. And the water has to go
Gotta
somewhere.
go somewhere.
So if it ain't coming in the tank, it's dispersing somehow and it's filtering out from somewhere else.
Never been flowing up out of there, has it?
That is crazy shit. Let's see. How about at an angle here? It's like slush. It's really hard in that one spot if I go central. But if I go to the side here, it's a little slushy, but it's still hard. Okay, well, now we got to build a new septic. Isn't that lovely? Ladies and gentlemen.
Always something, isn't it?
Always something. You're right, man. Always something.
Locate the pipes in and take them to your kitchen there.
Yeah, that's going to cost me a lot of money to do
Yeah,
that.
you don't cost a bit under two.
God dang. Look at that. I was shocked when they showed me that. I was shocked. Solid as a freaking rock. Well, 13 plus years or whatever it might be of accumulation. I guess that would do that.
Yeah, but you keep, when you go to there, it's sort of comes pretty down to there, isn't it? It's not. Doesn't go right.
Well, geez, Louise. We're going to have to figure out what we need. I mean, files here.
This file is already by the 2 kilo cement. Just cover that one.
Oh, he already went?
Yeah, yes, file na lang.
Oh, he went to the store to get it. Oh, Jiminy Cricket.
Ano na lang niya?
It's going to rain too on top of everything else. I can't hold on to money for sure.
It'd just be interesting to see what's happened under there. It's
Well,
there for a reason. It was there for a
It
reason.
creates just more work. Let's just figure it ain't usable. And maybe it's time to create. In fact, that other one's probably going to have to be dumped out sometime to get more money. We're probably going to have to clean out the other septic sometime. I got to open that up and look at it too. We got to open that up sometime and look at that. Yeah.
So why can't you just open all this up and put your septic
Go
there?
inside, Sao.
Dig it down. Dig it deeper and put it
Go
in.
inside.
No, that might be too hard to dig. That's just pretty solid shit. We cannot dig through that.
No,
Too hard.
Just
No.
sa stone naman na.
Too hard.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you're going to put that bigger thing here, what's
You
wrong
want
with
to
taking
dig
that
what
out
you
and putting it there?
No.
And you can
You
see
need
what's
to,
wrong.
kuha na lang dia. Dig the hole.
And you get to see what's wrong with it.
Yes na po, yes na ang kamam, iya PVC wa na. Nakana ba, bara na ang hugaw na. Sino ko potro ito yung linya ka. Magunog siya.
Now we're opening up a can of worms, as they say.
Yeah.
Are you going to need more cement than that? Don't we got to cover the sides of the septic with cement? And 2 kilos ain't going to do that. Huh?
Still use hollow blocks.
Hollow block.
So now we got to also buy some hollow block.
Kabis niya pa.
Oi, vey. Oi.
No choice. No choice siya.
We better find Indian, get long.
Yeah, pila na pangayanin mo.
Well, we take some guy. Well, what choice do we have? I guess we have to do what we have to do. Now, you're always having a problem with yours. So what is the solution for yours?
Well, I just pump it out every couple of days a week.
That's
Like
a hassle.
Monday and then Friday, just pump it out again. It's usually that far from the top. But,
How deep is your well?
oh, it's only about that deep.
It's about that deep.
Down there or to here.
Hey, look at this. I mean,
Probably
look at
down
this
to
thing.
there.
Look at that. I
Not
couldn't
much
believe
more
when he
than
showed
this.
me that. I could not believe when he showed me that. Like cement. Okay, but still,
Probably is cement.
between the rains and then trying to find seepage for it to come out, where the hell? Maybe that's why these banana trees are growing so good. It's getting all the minerals from the sink shit, and that's why they grow very good here.
That might be why our lounge room floor's lifting.
Yeah.
The water. Well, you got to do what you got to do, I guess.
Okay, well, ain't got much choice about it. I thinking the same thing you did there, but that would be a bitch digging out. That wouldn't work.
And then when you got that thing there, it's just when it fills up, then you just got to bucket it out each time it fills up.
So what happens now with our sink water? Our sink water is just going to build up in here then, right? We have to dump it out.
1/2 sa kabut PVC og tunga.
Choice.
Sure naman ang PVC. Para naman
Young fella, got to sit down.
Oh yeah, why not? Nothing else going on right now. Sit down, relax. Well, it's turning out into a big project.
That's what happens, isn't it? Yeah, but it's just as weird because
I've never seen anything like that. I never heard of it. I understand it overflowing, and I know things accumulate. But
6,000. All everything delivered.
blocks and everything?
Not blocks. You got the blocks only labor.
Lord. Like we have a choice?
Sige, kana na lang.
We have no choice, okay?
Well-
You know?
I'll do it for 5,500 there.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Dali, ako rin lang gikawan. Sige, isa na.
Unbelievable. But this time, you know, we'll have a hole on there, and just like these valves, these clean-out valves, those plastic screw-off valves, they put a valve in there. This way, you can just put the pump in. You just put the pump in, and you just pump the water out.
Yeah. Well, you don't need a little like this here and access to get on top of it. Pull it out like I do. Put the pump in. And then the
You don't
pump
really
it
need to. If you got a hole in their idea was going to be anyway. So they dug the hole, and we're going to have to get these valve covers, just like you see on the cleanouts. Just open it up, stick the pump in, and pump everything out. That you don't have to make a big cutaway or pull it up. I mean, the right way to do it is have a pull-up, like you have like a rebar, they bend it, make like a handle into the cement. You know, they do that commonly out here. You know, but this one never had. This one never had a rebar on it. It never had a handle. We did have this open up once before, I believe.
well, if,
Now the other one, the main septic, that I'm sure that's pretty much due. But we could get in there a lot easier.
well, that's on its own. That septic tank, that's different to this.
But yeah, the water needs to be someplace to drain off.
This is like mine over there outside the bathroom. Then this is just.
But I'm
kitchen
still
water,
in
bathroom
amazement
water.
where the water is going, because
Where-
with the rainfall, the ground is saturated under there, definitely. But we use that sink religiously, all day long,
Where's
all
your,
night.
around there? Where does your shower water go from your bathroom around there? Wouldn't go
In
into
the
the
back,
septic.
I think the shower is I think that's going into the
wouldn't be
septic.
allowed into the septic.
Gilda, where is
You'd have to have a pit like this. There'd have to be another pit.
Quiet? Come here. Get over here. Come now. Go inside. Go inside. Gilda, good question from him. Where is all our shower water and everything? Is that going to the other septic?
Can't go to the septic. It's not allowed into the septic.
Huh?
It's not allowed. It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
Ask him, where's our water from our showers
I
going?
don't know. You asking me.
Hello?
We already there naman.
Where would their shower water and that be going? Wouldn't be going into the septic. It's not allowed. Their shower wouldn't have a shower around the side there.
Showers.
In
the CR.
Must be another pit around there for that one.
Oh, what we can bawa sa dapita?
To see these here, our kitchen, and the one at the back, we had to have separate.
Well, this is just for the kitchen water,
Yeah,
it
this is for the
seems,
kitchen.
right?
You had
But
one
where's the
there.
water going to
Yeah.
for the shower?
That we don't know because we don't build this house. If we build this house,
That's something for another day. When it fills up, then you'll have to do that one.
Oh, I have no clue, man. Oh, well. Home ownership is wonderful.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
more problems for you.
I had my thing on here, probably hearing everything on here. I always hit the button. It's a good question, actually. How about our shower water? Where's that going? That's not supposed to actually go to your basic septic. So where's that all going? And I have no clue. I don't know who built the place in the past, and I don't have a clue. Anyway, we've been 29 minutes on this, and when we get to the down and dirty and nitty gritty of this stuff, we have to get some blocks, cement blocks, and whatnot. And it's going to cost us a little more money than we thought. Oh well, that's what money's for. But when you got to do something, you got to do it. And you know what I mean by that. When you got to do something, you got to do it, boys. Lots of blocks under there, that's for damn sure. Yeah, rather than doing an upload on this, which takes forever, because the other upload took just about forever. So we're going to do it this way. Here's the new hole. Yep. Yeah, I bet your hands are hurting on that. Plenty of rock to get through on that sucker, too. Yeah, I know we're rolling the videos out today, but there'll probably be one more later on. We're waiting for the supplies to come here. We were talking about some concrete blocks, about 12 of them. Sand or a PVC. There we go. Boys are busy at work. Yeah, we're just waiting for the hardware store supplies. But I guess we did have to wind up digging a new septic. The other one's covered up. It's totally useless. Totally. So much rock and sediment that they have to go through on this thing. Pretty incredible. Turned out to be an expensive project. Not just their labor, but supplies, of course. They're not going to cover that, not in their price. But the mystery with this whole thing really had to do when we put a hole in here, we opened it up, and they wanted to see how deep it was. They're kind of figuring that it was going to be covered with a lot of water. But as we stuck the stick down there, it was, you saw my other show, it was solid as a rock. Look at the pile. Yeah, this kind of work takes its toll on your hands and arms. I used to operate a jackhammer. I know all about that. Speaking of arms, it's been one of those days. I don't know what you call it, rotor cup on my right arm. That's all fucked up today. If you remember my old story, in Hawaii, I basically got my Frontier Sports Edition truck, and I went to clean out the bed, and it was, it was all soapy, and the minute I put the gate down and went on there, bam, I hit my shoulder area with a really bad contusion, and I almost felt like fainting. That's how much my adrenaline went, and I was in shock, basically. I'm standing there in front of my brother, I said, man, I don't feel good. I felt like I was going to faint or something from the pain. So this thing creeps up on you, and it probably will through the years. Every now and then, I don't know, maybe it's with the weather because it's so humid. It kind of acts up on me, and okay, I realize we have no viewers at this point because it's 4:40, but you guys can watch this later, and it's not my problem. I don't need anybody live on here, but we'll continue with this project. Something we didn't expect, but that's what happens. I mean, it's a good house and all that stuff, but it doesn't take very long. This is a common problem, actually, that people have with their regular septics. My neighbor, in fact, his gray water septic, he has to kind of empty it out. He has a smaller one. He has to empty it out once a week. So we thought that we were going to have a pump and we were going to drain this, let's just call it a gray water septic, whatever. There was nothing in there. I mean, there was no water. And we went in about 6 inches down. It was like solid. So we figured we're not going to rip that apart. It's obviously not going to be usable. So screw it. Their solution was, well, you're going to have to make another septic for the gray water. I don't even know where the other water's feeding into, to be honest with you, with our showers and stuff. But anyway, home ownership, it's wonderful. It actually is, but there's a big responsibility that comes with it. I think I've been through this before. I've had a few houses, so there's always maintenance to do and repair work and so forth. Anyway, we're just waiting for the delivery from the hardware store. They're not going to finish that today. They'll probably just try to get the hole down and get to the point where they can come back tomorrow and probably lay in those concrete blocks and so forth. So and go from there. But PVC, new PVC going to there, different direction. Yeah, I think I know who built the house. It was a guy from Switzerland, I think, or Norway. But I don't know what they had in mind when they did that gray water septic. Remember, it's separate. I have a whole nother septic for the other waste products to come out from the house and toilets, and that's sooner or later going to have to be empty too. But yeah, this was kind of a big surprise. I couldn't believe it unless I see it myself. So the question was really, where was all the water going from the sink? Now, I showed you that little square area where the water is coming out for the sink. It goes into an orange PVC pipe, about 3 inches diameter, and that was supposed to go into the gray water tank. But from opening it up, to our surprise and shock, it was solid inside. Like, there's no way in the world they were going to dig a gray water tank, well, septic, I don't know what you want to call it, and not have any depth to it. It don't make any sense to me. Well, anyway, it is what it is. So basically, they're digging out the new septic spot, and certainly ain't going to be done today. So we had to go to hardware store and get a bunch of other shit. Unbelievable. Kind of a crazy day. My upper arm is acting up like crazy today. And I can't do overhead weights for a while. I do take the dumbbells and I do some overhead stuff with it, but I'm not going to dare do that. In fact, that arm, I got to give it a rest, actually, overworking it. Crazy day. Good in some ways, but not good in other ways. We did not expect this project. We thought we could open it up and, dump all the overflow water out. That was going to be it. But no tank, no hole in the ground like that is going to be 6 inches deep. I mean, it's just not going to be 6 inches deep. It's more likely if you saw the hole I was just digging on camera. If you're just coming in, I could go out again and show you what's going on in here. But guys are working diligently to create a new area for the sink water. It's kind of involved. It's going to take some concrete blocks. We already ordered all this shit. Just waiting for them to deliver it. Rome wasn't built in a day, and this is not going to be done today, that's for sure. It's already whatever time it is. Yeah, we've been, again, I don't want to have to excuse myself on that. I'm not going to do that. Which leads me to a topic I could talk about now. I think you've seen a short I did with Steve's buddy. I did a little remix on Steve's buddy, Steve from Philippines Information Channel / the Boston guy. Now, Steve, I might as well put this in there in one broadcast, so one less I have to do. Steve was on there for, 5 years? I don't know how long. I think Steve is the kind of guy that, I think he's pretty, well, it just pertains to so many people on here. Steve is a pretty lonely guy, I think, when he came out here. And he needed human contact, and he wanted to do good, and I think he had good intention with people, helping people out. But then there was also money on the side being made, promoting this insurance company. And every time they get to one of these gatherings, the guy from the insurance company, I won't mention his name, I know it very well. I was going to deal with this company, but kind of promoting him, and I would not be surprised that Steve was getting some kickback on that. Always promoting it, just medical insurance. Steve, I think if you heard that video, and go listen to it. If you want to see the complete, you go to the other guy's channel. Asia, whatever. He's not even in actually Asia anymore, but as Steve's buddy that sort of at one point took over his channel, and Steve went to the Boston guy instead. Entitlement. So, been a crazy day all the way around. You got the Philippines antics fighting on there, but as I said on the show, that they're not, that's all rehearsed, it's all choreographed, and I have no doubt about it at all. King Steve from the Philippines Information Channel, the Boston guy, and as a statement he made on there, just dealing with people, and maybe it was fun for him for a while, but he's finding that people were really, in his own words, very mental. I don't know about Steve himself. I don't think he's a good guy, I think, but I don't think he's totally there, to be honest with you. But let's stay on the positive side. Steve was trying to make a good channel where he's trying to help people be informative, and he was. And a lot of people found him to be informative. Steve, I think what they're saying, will be back on, but he's taking kind of a long vacation from his show, but it's in your blood. I mean, look how long I've been on here and how many times I said I'm going to get off. It's in your blood. It's something that you just do. Brush your teeth, you got to do that. Take a shit, you got to do that. You got to do a YouTube show. Under extreme adversities. Now, Steve was under extreme adversities. And with a lot of people, including Ricky, and, well, of course, Ricky, and a lot of other people. And I guess Steve kind of got sick of it. And I can't blame Steve at all when he says that people he's finding are just mental. They got mental problems on here. I will agree with Steve on that. I mean, I always found Steve to be kind of boring. I didn't listen on a regular level of his channel. What I saw was something I typically see on here. I saw a very lonely man that was in a foreign country, that he didn't have such a big career. I guess he was in the service for a little bit or something. I don't know. Didn't have a big career, but he decided to, like everybody else did, he decided to leave the USA and come to good old Philippines, and that's what he did. But, with good intent to have a show, but which also keep him occupied, keep his mind occupied, give him something to do, which is what everybody does, including me. Everybody does. They always have these soft moments when they're just freaking bored. Let's just face it. And this is like a stepping stone, having a show on YouTube that helps relieve some of the boredom. Some people feel that they're helping others, which I always felt I did. I was always very informative. And so is Steve. And Steve thought he was helping a lot of people. And I guess he did help a lot of people. He's not dead, and he'll probably be back in time. But sometimes you just need a break from this shit. And Steve was, himself, he was getting attacked by all kinds of people. So I understand where he's coming from. He's finding these people, in his words, they're mental, too many mental people that he encountered. And, we know that to be a fact. I know it to be a fact. So I have to agree with Steve on that. Sometimes you do need a break from this, and you make a decision whether you want to make that just the end, and just that was your legacy, and that's it, goodbye, and just listen to shows. You have, those are choices you have to make. Or take a long vacation from here and kind of regroup. Then you have to ask yourself that question. Well, he did get satisfaction from his show, but then some people were saying that, well, he got on this disability thing and you could only make so much money. And Steve was making X amount of money from his show, from, AdSense and all that stuff, which has helped with his income. But if Steve had gotten on some disability, he didn't want to take a chance and lose it. This was just in theory, and people have been speculating. So don't take my word for it. But it would make sense to me that he didn't want to show them that he was making money off his show. He'd have to report it, whatever. I don't think he was actually reporting that income, but most people don't, I think, on here. So that's probably one of the reasons he got off. Because maybe he got this other disability status, an extra. I don't know. I don't know how this works totally. I think that's the reason he got off. But I think in combination of just constantly being attacked all the time, it does take its toll on you. Me, I kind of shrug most of it off until it becomes more of a nuisance than anything. And that's why, somebody's sitting in jail. And we don't have to go over that. So I kind of relate with Steve on some of these issues that he's had. And it's just so much on YouTube. Even his business partner, whatever you want to call that one guy, Asia something, who kind of sort of took Steve's place in the past, was taking over Steve's show for a while. He says the same thing too, and that's what he finds very tedious and very challenging, is when you get the hecklers, you get the jokers, you get the trolls on there, and it becomes very difficult to manage a show. That's why I said that putting uploads is the best thing on here. And mostly I think that's what that guy did. But even he had problems. So he totally relates with Steve, and I totally relate with both of them. Definitely with Steve, because when you've been on here for a while, you get a lot of notoriety, good or bad. You're going to get a little bit of both, maybe more on one. But that's when you have to ask yourself if it's really worth it. I'm a better candidate to get off YouTube than Steve is. Because Steve was making money from his show. I wasn't making any money. I'm not making any money from my show. So he had more of a reason to want to stay on YouTube than I would. Oh, absolutely. I'll have to show you what's going on outside here, though. Okay. I want to get this off in one shot. I've done a cotillion shows today. One just uploaded. And Steve Fagan had another thing on today about Philippine antics and the so-called fighting that Heidi was having with George, and I don't buy any of it. We think it's all choreographed. Okay, some supplies are here. We're timing. Okay, here we go. Got some supplies. And that consists of cement and some PVC and some, looks like coconut wood. Is that coconut wood? Yeah. Okay. And we'll show you the hole that they dug out with great labor, and it was great labor. We sealed this one up here. So we got a nice old hole here. I don't know how much deeper they're going to go, but they still have some rock to cut out here. But they're done for today, I think. So this is a pile of stuff, I'm kidding it, that came out of this hole. That's quite a pile. I wonder if that dirt is usable for planting. I don't really know. But they gathered, they had to get some sand, they had to get some cement, they had to get some 12 cinder blocks that they're going to be utilizing for this new septic. So, see what I'm talking about? This square over here was where the kitchen water is supposed to be draining into. And as I showed you on other videos, and I'll show it again, I have no problem doing that. See how full this thing got. It's going to get overflowing. We're going to have to empty this. This is from the sink. As you can see, there's a pipe that leads from the sink water, gray water, whatever you want to call it. There's an orange PVC, 3-inch, goes through there, and theoretically, whatever, it would go right there. But we opened it up. I'm going to be repetitious for those that haven't watched. We opened it up. I'll be damned. That thing was solid inside. It was septic. It wasn't but 6 inches deep. It was just solid rock or something in here, man. Because they dug a hole just to see, and we stuck a stick in there and said, you gotta be kidding me. It's only that 6 inches deep. But there's no water in there. There was no water. So the question was, where is this all the water draining? Because we use that sink so many times a day, I can't count. Where was the water all going? I have no idea. Henceforth, this is a bummer project. Bummer, excuse the expression. And this is the new project. Okay. So we're just getting our supplies in, actually, right now. And this is the pile that they dug out of that hole. That's quite a bit. Look at the rocks that came out of that. I don't know what the composition of this. It looks like calcite, something. I don't know what the hell. But a lot of rocks came out of this, and he was using his little kind of a jackhammer dingy to break up the rock. See what we're going to do with all this shit, I don't know. But that's what's going on with this today. Projects that we didn't actually expect. And can I make this wider? No. But they're far from being done. This will be taken care of tomorrow. And you can see I'm probably going to have to empty. It's not nice smelling, believe me. I'm probably going to have to empty this crap by hand. Such as this, doing this. And believe me, I'll wash my hands after this. You can count on it. Oy vey. It's going to flow over, but what the hell. So I'm going to have to reroute another PVC pipe from here to the new nice little hole in the ground. Fun stuff, huh? Not really. Oh well, home ownership. It's a blast. It's a blast. But remember, even if you rent, you're going to probably wind up doing work yourself to make it more livable. That's what happens. And a lot of guys, even Steve, Steve that we've been talking about, Philippines Information Channel. Oh, okay, so...
Check your material.
Okay, how many bags?
12.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Should be about 12 there. Okay. That's enough. Do you need a PVC glue?
No, it's very nice one.
Oh, you don't need any PVC sealant?
How about this Atlanta? About less.
You need
This is
more?
not right now.
What do you need?
Very small, expensive.
Very thin. Oh. Well, they did ask me.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
they asked me what kind. And I didn't know. They said, do you want the thicker stuff or do you want the thin
You
stuff?
another one coupling.
And they need some couplings?
Yeah.
You're going to have to write it down for us. Okay. Well, you didn't put it on. Did you put that on the list? Did you have it on the list? Did you?
It's okay. But you have to coupling. Two, three. One piece only. Coupling.
All right, you're going to have to write it down.
About
Tell
2
Gilda.
pieces only that. How about this? 2 pieces.
Is it okay to use just the thinner stuff? You wanted the thicker PVC, didn't you? Here's what's happening here.
Only one. 2 pieces. Why? 3.
How many more you need?
2.
2 more? What did they charge us for? Let me get Gilda.
La, sige, diba?
So we went by the list on the paper.
Sige, napadaw.
Oh, hold on. Find out. Maybe they shorted us 2 of the PVC pipes. He wanted the thicker one, but Gilda, where are you, Gilda? Okay, I don't know if they shorted us 2 of the PVC pipes, and the thicker one would have been better. And we need some coupling, so go have him come in here or something and write it down what he needs, and needs some couplings. And we got 3. Let her come out for me. She's getting her nails done here today. I had my nails done too. Had my nails done. Here's a receipt, and speak to them and okay. You're not always going to get the right order too, you know.
Kabilya?
Dili, yang PVC ba? Tulo lagi na.
Duha naman ka PVC.
Natulo lagi na.
Tulo lagi na yan.
Did they charge us for that?
Ha?
Did they charge us for 5 instead of 3?
Tara nga kabilya.
Tulo. Ara, tulo.
Do-
Tulo mga PVC.
Nang anong duha naman to?
Do,
Yeah, bye.
Oh.
Always something.
Dara, tulo lagi na yan.
Magana.
Okay, well there it is.
Sunod, ang iyalak to, ma'am.
I think we need 2 more of the PVC pipes. We need some couplings. But he's the one that gave her the list, and she wrote it down. So there's some rebar here, some thin rebar. Looks like coconut wood. I'm not sure what kind of wood that is. All right, so what's the problem here?
Magpalit na natin coupling. Coupling nga dos.
Kuha na na siya, coupling.
Tres.
Coupling be.
How many couplings?
1.
One cup, just one coupling. One coupling. Okay, we got that clear.
Maura na siya.
And we need 2 more?
Naman na.
No.
That's okay. The 3 is okay. Okay, we're just trying to figure that out.
Oh, sige.
Tres. Sa kabok.
Ha? O, ugma na lang.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow sometime.
Okay.
What time tomorrow?
Wala na sa mo pa.
Oh, the cinder block. Oh, they got the cinder block here. Okay, we got 12 pieces of cinder block here. We got some sand and so forth. Okay, thank you guys. Salamat. Okay, well, that's about it on the project here. As it progresses later on, we'll show you, but maybe or maybe not. But that's basically the project for today, and we didn't expect it, but that's just the way it is. A lot of things you don't expect on here, you know? I think you know what I'm talking about. A lot of things you don't expect, but, you know, shit happens. Shit does happen. It doesn't always happen the way you want it to. Things don't always go your way. Anyway, it's been an incredible year, nevertheless, the past couple of years. And let me finish off what I was going to be saying earlier before we click off on here. Steve was... I totally understand where Steve is coming from, you know. You got to measure up, you know, the worth, you know, of your channel, whether it's worth continuing or not. And the aggravation and headache and all the bullshit, you know. You have to really spend the time to measure things out, and I've certainly done that. But yes, YouTube is addicting as well as it is to the viewers, as well as it is to other YouTubers on here, and it becomes part of their life. And as I did a show and many shows talking about it, that when you move out here as a foreigner, you wind up getting involved in social media more than you may have before you moved to this country. And it's your inner need to speak to people of your own language, possibly the same geographic region that they came from in the country, United States, in my situation. And I think that's why people come on. I think there's a certain amount of loneliness with everybody out here that comes on here. And like Steve himself said, the other guy said, his buddy, he doesn't bother with much foreigners, at least not Americans anyway, because they're just a fucking headache, obviously. And certainly I found out. So it's really not worth it. Better than chasing tail all day at 55. Who's 55? Who's 55? Ricky's older than that. Isn't Ricky, if you talk about Ricky? Or, I just hope nobody walks in this big old fucking hole here. I have to block it off. I don't want my older dog to walk inside. Well, yeah, I mean, seriously, I know. Well, chasing tail all day. Well, you know, Steve is, I don't think Steve was very selective with his mates, and the other one didn't work out, whatever. I don't know. That's kind of his deal, but loneliness is such a serious thing out here. You could feel lonely even though you have a partner. Whatever. That's what I'm doing as I listen to you right now. I'm fixing a bike in a tofu in the air fryer. You putting tofu in the air fryer? Okay. So I told you a million times. But you know, it takes up some time, gives you somebody to listen to, whether they're a laugh or not, or whether they're goofy, or whether they're full of shit, full of themselves. It does give you something to do. I think that applies to everyone. I'll throw myself in the mix on that one. I have no problem. Hell yeah, man, it's great. Okay, I don't eat tofu, but more power to you. Might as well eat some snot. I don't know. It's tasteless. I don't know why anybody even eats it as a filler or something, but it's absolutely tasteless. That's why I was always wondering why people eat tofu. But okay. Okay, which comes down to me. Obviously, there's been no decision made as far as what I want to take it with this show and everything else, but listening to Steve's reasoning, I completely understand where Steve from Philippines Information Channel is coming from when he made that statement to his buddy to read off on his show. I mean, I think Steve could have at least came on, that I watch him all the time, but somebody made a comment to that and I agree with him. Steve should have came on and talked to his viewers, not to have to answer these questions of why he hasn't on to his buddy. And that's just a mistake that he made on there. Yeah. He should have just told people, you know. Well, you know, the truth is you don't really have to tell anybody. You want to get off, you just get the fuck off. You know, just get off. You know. That's what kind of leading this with me. It's been hilarious in many ways for me to be on here. And it's also been fun and exciting and entertaining too at the same time. How do you balance that? How do you find a midpoint on that? It's very hard to find a midpoint on that. Look at all the trouble that's going on. I got this fucking report on me, and a very unnecessary report from Barry's girlfriend, which really sucks. So we're working on that. We're done with Barry. That's over with. No more court with that shit. No more court with that. It's over. And whatever happens to Barry happens to Barry. I don't give a rat's ass either way. Either pays me or pays in other ways by staying in jail a longer time. I don't give a fuck what happens to Barry. I don't give a fuck. He's a scumbag, total fucking scumbag in my books. You'd have to go through the hellish shit that I went through with him to be in my shoes and understand. Should there be collateral damage? But it's not been a fun factory with Barry. I mean, I came close to actually approaching him and, when he was out living in another place, and I almost did. But I stopped myself. Never mind TGIF. This goes deeper than that, my friends. Deeper than that. I had it with him a long time ago, but I stopped myself from doing something really stupid. And I stopped myself in TGIF, the same thing. So I had two opportunities. I had just come back from Hawaii. That wasn't going to work. Bad enough the COVID kept me there for 14 fucking months. That I'm going to come back and beat his fucking ass. Then get in trouble and have cameras proving it. As I said, he would have to put the first fist up, and that's the way it works with me. I'm glad it didn't happen. I'm glad it turned out the way it did. Ricky was behind that, the motherfucker that he is. He'll get his, so don't worry about it. He will. He'll get his. He will. In time, he'll get his. And believe me, he will. I think Mother Nature's going to take care of it, just like it did with Fazio. Ricky's just another sentimental person, By his own doings, by his own damage on that again. I don't know why there's been some interference with the signal. Anybody who watches his show, whether you think he's just doing it to entertain people or he's like that all the time, I mean, you come up with your own conclusions, but anybody who acts like this guy does on his shows, that's not normal behavior. It's not even close to being normal behavior. It's just not. And you can make your evaluations of me. I don't really care. I've been called every goddamn name in the book. I'm beyond getting my feelings hurt. But I think, they're all dying off too. They're just all dying off. Soon there's not going to be nobody left on there, maybe including myself. Who knows? The Shadow knows. The Grim Reaper knows. But they're dropping like fucking flies. Destiny. One day it'll never be a problem. But that's where I got to make my decisions and stick with them. Like a long-ass fucking vacation if I don't plan to get off at all. I'm always like a sharing person. I'd like to show any place I go and prices and things. And people love the prices in supermarkets. They love hearing different topics on here. And I cover just about everything, television shows, musicians, you name it, my philosophy. They're enjoying it. They may say it's all bullshit and they're not enjoying it, but they are. They wouldn't listen, and even the trolls, they wouldn't listen unless they were getting something out of it. And that's a fact. I know that, you know that. That's why you're here. Because I'm here. Remember, I'm here because you're there. Remember that. So it's going to have to come to a point sooner or later that, Jesus Christ, I just turned 71. Can I see myself on here if I'm 80 years old? I just can't see that. I do understand. It's like anything, whether you have an alcoholic or nicotine or something habit, or if you're into street drugs or something, man. This is a drug. It's an absolute drug. Don't kid yourself. It's a drug. It brings people in. Social media. It don't have to be YouTube. There's so many other platforms. It brings people in and together. Not good people necessarily, but we get a interesting variety of people that come on social media. And that's, oh boy. Real interesting, let's just say that. So it's useless to make an announcement you're going to get off YouTube. For me, that's absolutely useless. And people laugh at me, and I don't blame them. I'm with them, actually. I don't blame them at all. I don't blame them. Because there's a lot of people that are still off, not on YouTube, but maybe they're not posting anymore, but for different reasons, but they're still there. And they're still listening. They don't want to miss a trick. They won't catch up on the drama. They need to listen. Like this one guy saying counterflow when he's doing projects, whatever he's doing, or cooking or whatever. He's listening to my show, and I've seen him on other shows. I know he's made comments. He can go wherever he wants, really, but loyalty is something to me that don't talk shit about me on somebody else's show, then expect to come to mine. It doesn't work that way. But everybody's kind of disappearing on here. Steve got off, and he may be back on in the future. That's one guy. Some people have died and they're off. There's been other channels I've heard people talk about that people have given up and say, fuck it, I've had enough. There's nothing good out here. It's hard to find something good to listen to where somebody's not attacking somebody. It's not just people attacking me, but I have to hear people doing shows attacking other YouTubers all the time, and Philippine Antics does it all the time. Why, you say to yourself, why is it their business to do so? Well, because it brings people in, and because they make money. Just like George and Heidi's today's show, that was a bullshit fight. And if you couldn't see through that, then I guess you just don't see very well or read between the lines. They're very good at what they do. Give them credit. I mean, some people don't like them, but they are good at what they do. Believe me, they choreograph things, everything from the editing. I mean, everything they're going to talk about. Oh, we're going to have a fight today. Oh, we're going to have a fight today. Let's make it sound real. That's what they did. That's what they did. And if you can't see through that, I don't know what to tell you, man. Then you ain't listening enough on YouTube, and you're not seeing certain patterns. I've been on here long enough, I can see through that shit real easy. So we're going to cut it a little bit short here. We've been on long enough anyway. We've done a shitload of shows today, I guess. There's some shorts thrown in there. There was this and that. And for your listening entertainment to pass your time, yes, I do come on here quite a bit. I'm kind of shocked at that, shocked at myself that I do. But you find yourself drawn to this. Then sometimes, and many times, it gets too personal, and they use that against you. And how long could you really stay on here without just being so burned out? Well, you can be burned out and at the same time be addicted to YouTube. And we all are. Let's face it, every single one of you. You're addicted to YouTube. You want to hear the stories. You want to see people fighting. Who's after who's going to sue who, whatever, take somebody to court. And speaking of that, yes, I will always repeat that on my show. What Barry's girlfriend did really sucked big dick. She shouldn't have done that report. She shouldn't have. And I'm not a happy camper for that. I think she knows it. I'm sure she listens to my show, and if she doesn't, Barry probably sends her it. I'm not very happy with her, and I think she knows it. What she did was entirely wrong, because she lied and lied and lied on that fucking affidavit. That's what pisses me off. You want to go after me for something, go after me for something better than that kind of report. Because that was all full of lies. And this good Catholic girl, how does she live with herself? Is Barry that important to her that she was willing to do all this shit? Then she gets flowers, and you think it's from Barry? Who knows? Barry trying to keep her sucked into all the action, keep her in the background, or does she have an admirer? I don't really care either way, to be honest with you. You know, I don't care what Barry does, what she does. It's her life. But don't interfere with mine. That's the point. When somebody puts a fucking report on me like that, they're messing with my fucking life. They're messing with my fucking life. And I'm livid about it. And I never use that word, hardly ever. I'm livid about it. She's not my favorite person, I'll tell you that. Neither, and it's not Gilda's favorite person either. I'll speak for her, and I'll say that. She's not. With that being said, I got to go. Let's make this the last show of the day. And I don't know if I'm going to continue showing you the rest of the project. I think you know what I got going on with that. And maybe you learned something from that. I think everybody walks away from my show learning something, if not just about themselves. I'm pretty sure that people walk away from my show and I make them think. You're not going to stop the clowns on here. Let's just face that. You have to make your own decisions, whether you still want to listen to this bullshit, or you want to be part of it, or you want to do your own YouTube show. But people get sucked in for the reason of monetization. They want to make some money, because a lot of people make the big mistake of coming out here with shit money. And with the rising inflation, they're having a hard time making ends meet. And that's a good reason to do a YouTube channel. But what the question is, what are you willing to put up with to make that little bit of AdSense or buy me a coffee or whatever your platform is on making money on YouTube? A lot of them. There's a lot of them. PayPal, everything. Gcash, all that shit. What is it worth to you? Well, Steve was figuring that he's not worried about the money in this case. But even Steve, who, well, he's not my favorite vlogger. In fact, I find him very boring. I think he's a bad person. I don't think Steve is a bad person. Let's tell the truth what it is. You find a few things they talk about wrong. Steve ain't a bad guy. I think he was really trying to connect with people because living in the Philippines is not easy. I don't think he had it great in America. That's why he moved here and hoping to make friends. And that's why he goes to all these little gatherings all the time. Because unlike some people, and certainly unlike me, he wants to mesh with all these other foreigners. I don't. That's not my thing. It's not my forte. Steve wants to mesh with other foreigners. He doesn't want to feel alone. And he has a girlfriend. The second one, I guess, I don't know. The first one, I don't know what the hell it was, took advantage of him. But Steve is the kind of person that lets people take advantage of him. But he does. I mean, he'll even put money into that tiny little rental he has. And landlords love people like Steve. Well, I guess if you're planning to live there a long time, I mean, that's a hole in the wall. That's just a little tiny little space. I'd be claustrophobic for me, somewhat, I guess. But he winds up building this and building that. And the landlord's saying, hey, cool, man. Build a whole house here if you want. It's all right with me. And people like him will do that. I've done some things for my old landlord from my other house that for our needs. Because we knew she wasn't going to do much, okay? But for our needs, we had planning on staying there for a while. And we were there for quite a while. Well, we were there 5 years anyway. And there were things that we did. We went halvesy on her on some projects, like sliding windows and different things. Sometimes you have to. Because if you really like the place, you want to stay there, you don't feel like moving, you want to make your living existence there good and sanitary, hygienic, and cabinets that are busted or anything like something that needs painting, something leaking, the roof, whatever. If you want to stay there, you wind up having to put some money out of your own pocket. And that's what happens all the time. Some people go way off. I mean, Steve went way off. He had built these cabanas and I don't know what else, there's different things that Steve did. But is Steve a bad guy? No, I don't think Steve is a bad guy. You expect me to say something hateful about him? No, I'm not saying anything hateful about Steve. I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he's like most people on it. They're pretty goddamn lonely. They're not going to admit it, but they're extraordinarily lonely. And that's why they have such a bitter attitude toward other vloggers. Okay, enough said. I might do a show tomorrow morning. I might not. I don't bet on it. Don't hold your breath this time. The man's got to do a lot of thinking tonight. I just don't see, and I've seen this 1,000 times, I can't find reason to vlog other than, well, I like sharing certain things with people. That's the problem. I'm a person that likes to share. That's why it's hard on me, right? I would have been way off a long time ago. Yeah, laugh all you want. Frank's, 27 time, whatever it is, of I want to get off YouTube speech. That's okay. I'll laugh along with you. That's okay. I have no problem with that. I laugh at myself too. So we can all laugh together. But one day I'm just not going to be here, and that's what a lot of people want. But then half the people don't want me to go anywhere because they can't do a show unless they're talking about me. They have no topic matter. So I've actually helped the local population with YouTube shows and trolls and so forth have material to talk about. So I've kind of done a service, a big service. And I'm not a channel that gets hundreds and hundreds of viewers anyway. So why am I on? Am I making money? Am I getting hundreds of viewers? Well, after a few days, the numbers add up on the viewership. But look at a successful show. They got hundreds on it, even thousands of people in one live show listening to somebody. I don't have that kind of audience. And I'm kind of surprised that I don't. I mean, I'm actually surprised. I don't think I'm a bad vlogger. And I have a lot to say, but You got to make up your mind how much you want to deal with. Nah, don't let people chase you away. You just get off. And you get off on your terms. And it's like quitting cigarettes or anything else. You got to make the move. You got to do it instead of talking about it or drinking or whatever. You just got to do it and not talk about it and just do it. Let them think you're dead or just faded away or whatever. You don't have to tell anybody anything. Steve doesn't have to tell anybody anything. Although I thought at one moment, I said, well, maybe Steve should at least tell his views. Well, he's just had his friend do it. I don't know. I was kind of skeptical about that thing, that he should maybe come on and just tell his views. But no, when you had enough, you had enough. Steve had enough, and his friend said that doesn't mean he's not going to come on in the future, which tells me that he probably is. But I think he needs a big break from YouTube. He got tired of being attacked all the time and ridiculed. And then, in good faith, he went to all these gatherings, or he organized some gatherings, whether, he was supporting this insurance company that I was going to deal with. Probably making a little bonus on the side for promoting the insurance company. I'm sure he was. This one representative, and I won't mention his name, for the company he was very close with. So I'm sure he got a little stipends near here and there, and getting these gatherings of people, because the one guy who's the advocate for the company, kind of a broker for the company in a way, was making money by getting people signed up. So Steve obviously had to be making some kind of money on that. Okay? I mean, it goes with the flow, I think anyway. But then he met all these people, and he's realizing these people are fucking insane. And you just don't want to, if you want to be committed to an institution, to be committed by your own acts of lunacy, but do you really want to be around these kind of people? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Look at all the characters we have, and you know all their names. I don't have to go through the list. We got a big old laundry list of people on here that are just mentally invalid. They're just fucking insane, even possibly dangerous. You get threats from people. People intimidate you to do things. They talk about you night and day. Their show has to be about you. Popeye can't put a show on without talking about me. Don can't come on somebody's show without talking about me. It just goes on and on. Copycat channel, whatever. It goes on and on. It doesn't stop. So you got to make that choice and say, how much more of this I want to really deal with? I'm not making money. As I said, I understand if I was making good money on here and I was monetized, it might give me a reason to stay around. Who can't use more money? Everyone could. But even so, there's been people, that have actually gotten off YouTube that were making millions. Okay? That said, enough is enough. That's too many people heckling them or getting into their personal life and their business. They were willing to step down from $1 million plus YouTube industry for them because they said, fuck the money. It's just not worth it, man. It's just not worth it. With that being said, let's see what the future brings. And I am off. We're going to be eating soon, so I'm not going to update you on the project. I think I talked enough about it today. I think I did numerous videos today to get a load full of Frank Battaglia, proper pronunciation, to last you quite a while. But I wanted to try to get just everything out there today, as much as I can talk about. And it went from Philippines Antics to Steve from Philippines Information Channel / the Boston Guy. Went to the project and so forth. I think we covered a lot of bases today. And my evaluation and my opinion about YouTube and where the future should be for me. And I know a lot of people like to listen to me, but just not enough to make it really worth it. There's got to be a reason to stay on here. And I honestly, except for my own purpose, I can't think of any. And my own purpose would be, I like to share. That's just who I am. And occasionally I might want to show something I have a place of interest. I like to share that with people too. So it's really hard just to get off YouTube. It is addicting. You're here. I'm here. Because it is addicting. You want to catch up on everything that's going on in somebody's life. Because it's almost like a family soap opera. And you've been following for a long time. I'm Ask Brevis. He's followed me from the beginning. The stalker. Very dangerous guy, very sick individual, very sick. Very sick. Don't let him come to your place, and don't tell him any personal information about yourself either. We got some sick fucks out there, and I think you know who they are. You know them very well, and you watch them almost every day, or hear from them on people's live streams. They all got faults. They're all fucking insane. You know, they're missing some fucking screw somewhere. Maybe more than others, more screws than the others. They're not living the lives that they claim they are. It's all bullshit, smoke and mirrors, and fantasy. With that being said, you got to make the evaluations on your own. Wake up. Wake up.